Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are going to begin our pre-trial prep of Julio Foolio murder trial. We've been doing some deep dives in looking at the history of the two, ATK, KTA. Earlier this morning, we did a stream on the history of Charles Jones, aka Julio Foolio. We were cut short by our internet, so we are going to pick up where we left off with the actual hearing of Davion Murphy. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Yeah, hey, ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running on out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running on out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. Hey, no need for the B-roll. I was masked up and no hero. Breakfast in the morning, it was cereal and an Ebro. That boy keep going in, I can't let it go but get lethal. Watch how I'm showing it from JFK down to Heathrow again. I gotta keep going and I beat the Rico again. I'm going beast mode again, keep flowing and keep knowing it. I will ride and keep blowing it. Five aside that bone's growing and man, each time I never blow it. I'm in my prime. Whoa, 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 whoa,
All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are in our third installment of our deep dive. This pretrial prep is going to be focusing on Davion Murphy and his pretrial hearing from January of 2025. So want to welcome everybody in, let everybody get comfortable, grab a seat. And we have Shoshana, welcome in. Let's see, I was going to say Echo. Wizard of Ezzy, hello, you are the first in here. Thank you for joining us. It was not the music, we just lost internet. Jenny G, hello, welcome in. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Good vibes, thank you for joining us. Camilla, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Joanne Jedi Platypus, thank you for joining us. Shirley, hello, welcome back. Downey Lynn, good to see you. Feel bad for the jurors trying to get all the names in slang. Well, we'll see. We'll see how they do. All right, Anthony, good to see you. Thank you for finding us again after our internet hiccup there. All right, so the date of this incident, Charles Jones, aka Julio Foolio, he was shot and killed in Tampa on June 23rd, 2024, just a few days after he was celebrating his 26th birthday. So the counts there's several counts, and not everybody has the same count. But there's count 1, first degree premeditated, which is capital. This is a DP case. We have count 2, conspiracy to commit first degree. We have counts 3 through 5, attempted first degree, which is also premeditated. Now, the judge in this case is Chief Judge Michelle Cisco. She was the judge, Super Bowl stop. She was the judge that tried Alicia Andrews. Alicia Andrews went to trial first. She was convicted on Halloween night. Verdict came back on Halloween night of 2025. Her sentencing is in December. Judge Cisco was removed from the case because there was some perceived prejudice that the defense was able to prove. So the defense used chat from either Law and Crime or Court TV. So I will let you know that we want you guys to be very courteous and to each other, very respectful to the people in the court. We have interests in the court representing Davion Murphy. When we did Sonny Bell's trial, we know that there was, Super Ball's just acting up. Hold on a sec. We know when we did Sonny Bell's trial that we had interests in the court on the defense side, and we know that family members were in our chat, were watching us. So we definitely want to impress upon you that we want and we expect our chat to remain courteous and respectful, and we will delete comments if we feel that they are not respectful and courteous to all members on both sides of this story. So on the state side, you have Michelle Doherty and Anna Ismer. Then on the defense, you have Davion Murphy. So Nick Sonardi and Scotty Sonardi, they are not related. And we have Rashad Murphy, who's represented by Danielle Hernandez and Brian Gonzalez. You will remember them from Sonny Bell. Sean Gaithright, he is being represented by Jason Wise and Jenna Finkelstein. Then you have Isaiah Chance. He's represented by Richard Watts, Christopher Bolt, Ida Nemotin, and Thomas Paleo. Now, in this story, Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews are boyfriend and girlfriend. Davion and Rashad are cousins, and Sean Gaithright is not related to anyone. So, on June 23rd, 2024, Jacksonville rapper Charles Jones, also known as Julio Foolio, was fatally shot in an ambush outside a hotel near the University of South Florida in Tampa while celebrating his 26th birthday. Now, if you are unfamiliar with this case, I would ask that you go look at our previous 2 videos that we've done. We did a history on ATK and KTA, and that will help familiarize yourself with the names of the players involved. We also did, earlier this morning, we did a deep dive on Charles Jones and his backstory and his history from his birth, growing up in Jacksonville in the Hilltop apartment complex. So I would suggest that if you have any kind of confusion, go back and listen to those 2. That will help your ears get used to all the names that are going to be thrown out. Now, the state is only going to focus on 6 instances. There's only 6. And by my count, we have at least 6 more that we talked about. So they're only going to deal with 6 instances where these 2 rival gangs were shooting at each other. 3 people, actually 4 people died, and only the one incident that they're going to talk about, which is Julio Foolio in his attempt back in October of 2023. We are going to put together a timeline for you guys come the trial, so don't worry about that. We're going to work on it this weekend. So we're going to have a timeline, and we're going to put it together, a nice, neat little package for you, as well as these graphics right here that you're looking at right now. So Tampa police and the FBI alleged that the defendants traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa specifically to track and target Jones. Surveillance footage and cell tower data reportedly placed the defendants at multiple locations where Jones was spotted throughout the night, culminating in the shooting at approximately 4:40. Now, Alicia Andrews, she was convicted as being the lookout. So that was basically her role in all of this. Investigators state that the 3 shooters opened fire on 2 vehicles in the hotel parking lot. Jones was struck and pronounced dead at the scene. 3 other individuals were wounded but survived. Prosecution contends the attack was part of an ongoing and violent feud between rival Jacksonville gangs. All the defendants face the DP if found guilty. So we will get right into it. And let's just dive into, now this is Davion's pretrial from January of 2025.
Judge, if I might, we've got some brief procedural matters to resolve as soon as Mr. Murphy gets access.
Yes, Mr. Murphy's present.
Nick Sonardi, for the record, Your Honor. My office was contacted on January 10th about conflict representation of Mr. Davion Murphy, and we initiated our representation at that time. My understanding is the public defender obviously has moved to withdraw, and I believe is there a representative for regional counsel also has a conflict and will be withdrawing. I formally need to be appointed, but I want it non-pro-tunc to January 10th because we've actually put in about 8 or 10 hours.
Sure.
To hear.
And regional has a conflict, correct? That's correct. Okay, so I will appoint you, Mr. Snarty, and that will be non-pro-tunc to January 10th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're ready to
All right.
proceed.
Thanks. You're free to go. All right. All right, and State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who's going to be your first witness?
Detective Richard Meter.
Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, ma'am. Right, whisper. Judge, I don't want to interrupt. I realize the court procedure, Mr. Murphy is sitting out of my, I don't want to be shouting at him. If I have questions I can't ask. Can he sit between the two attorneys?
I don't think that that's how they set it up as far as how the sheriff's office likes it. Can you all switch seats?
Maybe I can do that after, right?
And you can turn off, there is a microphone in front of Mr. Murphy. Let's just deactivate the microphone, and then that way you can speak with him confidentially.
It's always welcome.
Okay.
Judge, you turn both of them off.
Are we sure?
We need this one on at the end.
The one in front of defense counsel needs to be turned on. The one in front of the defendant needs to be turned off. Okay, very good. Okay, now you may proceed, Mrs. Zimmer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Would you state and spell your name for the court order?
Detective Richard Nieder, it's Richard, and last name is Nieder, Neader.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective for the Sheriff's Office.
Are you assigned to any specialized unit?
Yes, ma'am, I'm currently assigned to the gang unit.
How long have you been with the gang unit?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 8.5 years.
What are some of the duties, if you would tell us, that you have in the gang unit?
Duties of the gang unit, we document and undocumented gangs and the members and associates of those criminal gangs. We monitor social media throughout our investigations and other various activities that the gangs do.
Having been assigned to the gang unit, do you have any specialized training in doing the documenting or undocumenting of the members?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that training?
We've taken the Florida Gang Conference classes. We've taken HIDA gang classes that are given on by the different agencies.
And are you assigned to investigate a particular gang or affiliates in Jacksonville for the particular unit you're on?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that gang?
I'm assigned to criminal gang ATK.
Despite that specific assignment, do you work with other officers within your agency and statewide on other investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And in providing that assistance, do you obtain information about other gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
About the affiliations related to those gangs, meaning people that are associated with the gangs and people that are opposing those gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that you're specifically assigned to ATK?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular gang that has been identified as an enemy or an op of ATK?
Yes, ma'am. There is the main one would be 6 Block, and then there's subsets of 6 Block.
In talking about subsets, can you identify what some of those are?
Yes, ma'am. A subset of 6 Block would be We All We Got, WAWG, and Bully Gang.
And are those known associates of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Would they be essentially, in plain language, on the same side?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK? Do they have subsets or associates?
They do. They're not classified as subsets, but NHG would be an affiliate of ATK, and along with 1200.
And do you, as a part of your duties or you're investigating these gangs, specifically as it relates to ATK, investigate members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
NHG?
Yes, ma'am.
Same process for 6 Block and the subsets or affiliates that you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a part of your responsibilities to investigate the opposition to ATK, the gangs that are opposed to ATK.
Yes, ma'am, to a certain extent.
So you have knowledge about 6 Block and its members as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you also had an opportunity throughout your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to investigate the crimes that have been related to these gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you responded to homicide scenes, attempted murder scenes, shootings related directly to 6 Block or ATK members?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of the investigations related to those cases, are you aware of arrests that were made and tied to a gang dispute or problem between ATK and 1200 versus 6 Block and its affiliates?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you are able to identify whether someone is a gang member or a gang associate?
Florida state statute.
Is there a specific statute which helps you or allows you to differentiate between the two?
Yes, ma'am, 874.
And what is the difference between an associate versus a gang member?
And the Florida state statute, an associate only needs 1 criteria, and a member needs 2 or more.
Are you familiar with or were you tasked with assisting in the investigation of the homicide of Charles Jones conducted by the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the defendants listed in that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to, throughout the course of your employment with JSO, determine whether the defendants of that particular case, to include this defendant, Davion Murphy, had associations or membership ties to a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell me which defendants were identified and what the nature of their relationship to the gang would be?
Yes, ma'am. Rashad Murphy would be a member of 1200 gang. Davion Murphy would be a 1200 associate. Isaiah Chance would be an ATK member, and Sean Gathright would be an ATK associate, and Elisa Andrews is neither.
Are the documents or undocumenting that you do for the gangs recorded in some way?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you specifically look to the statute to make those identifications when you're recording it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What specific factors led you to the conclusion that this particular defendant was a gang associate of 1200?
Davion Murphy.
Yes.
His tattoos.
What about the tattoos, or what specifics related to the tattoos for Mr. Davion Murphy are you referencing?
He has the tattoo of 1200 block on the back of his neck, along with other deceased members of 1200 tattooed throughout his body.
1200, as you've mentioned, is affiliated with ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other annotations that you were able to make over the course of the investigation from when you started investigating 1200 to today's date, which lead to your conclusion regarding Mr. Davion Murphy being a member of 1200?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again?
Yes. Is there something other than tattoos that you were able to solidify that Davion Murphy would be a member of 1200?
Yes, ma'am. A hand sign.
Describe to me what you're talking about.
So the criminal gang 1200 has a hand sign that they do in their music videos and throughout their social media posts, and they often rep that hand sign on what would be their block of their neighborhood. Mr. Murphy has displayed that hand sign since in custody.
So you keep a chronological list, essentially, as best as possible, with the documentation that you make of each of the gang members when you record them?
Yes.
And from the time that you were investigating this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see Davion Murphy make a gang sign with his hands?
Yes.
When was that?
The night he was arrested.
Was that during the interview of Davion Murphy?
It was.
Were you present for the interview of Davion Murphy?
I was.
And did you have an opportunity to view that on a recording device of some type?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in an interview room, or where did that happen?
It was in an interview room at the state attorney's office in Jacksonville.
Have you since had an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been able to confirm the 1200 gang sign that Mr. Murphy made?
Yes.
Would that have been on January 6th of 2025?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Was there another detective that was present conducting the interview of Davion Murphy on that same date?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that detective's name?
Detective Drebeck.
Now, you previously mentioned that it is part of your responsibility to monitor social media in your job duties.
Yes, ma'am.
What types of social media?
All types, but the main three that we've seemed to found that benefit the investigation would be Facebook, Instagram, and now it's called X, but it's formerly known as Twitter.
And speaking about your involvement with the Charles Jones investigation, can you tell me, was Charles Jones a member of any particular gang?
Yes, ma'am. He was a member of the criminal gang 6 Block.
And was he known by a nickname?
Yes, his nickname would be Foolio.
Were there additional nicknames that he went by?
I believe additionally it would be like Julio Foolio or like Foolio 98 or something along those lines.
Did you have an opportunity personally in your line of work to view videos posted by Julio Foolio or Foolio under any title with any of the nicknames assigned to Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What would you say Mr. Jones' position in the 6 Block gang was at the time of his death?
So the criminal gang 6 Block is a hybrid gang where there's really no hierarchy, there's no real leader, but Mr. Jones was a prominent member of it with a lot of say in what goes on. He also funded a lot of things that the criminal gang 6 Block has done.
Was he one of the more successful by way of his music career members of that group?
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
When you say funded, do you mean financially, like provided finances to other members?
Yes, potentially. Just he had more money than some of the other members may have.
Are you able to say whether there was a prominent member of ATK at the time of Charles Jones' death?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify who that person was?
The prominent member of ATK, which also they're a hybrid gang, so they wouldn't have an exact leader, but the main artist and leader or person who has the most say in that group would be a man by the name of Kenyatta Bullard. He goes by the street name, a rapper name of Young and Ace.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
I've seen them before.
I'm sorry, how do you recognize it?
I've been shown them before.
Do these exhibits fairly and accurately depict relatively the gang members or associates of those gangs?
Yes, ma'am, for the most part. Obviously, that's not going to list all of the members and associates of either gang.
And is this...
Can I have more diagram on that, Judge?
Okay.
Detective, who put together that composite of those photographs?
I'm not sure.
All right. You've just seen them in the past, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that those individuals are alleged to be members of that gang other than what it says on the photograph?
I've investigated those. I'm not saying they're all members, but everybody on there is either a member or associate of the gang that they're listed under.
Do you know each and every one of those individuals that are shown on State's Exhibit number 1 and number 2?
I would have to look back over them again,
Okay,
sir.
that's what I'm asking. And so the record's clear, you did not compile that, correct?
I did not, no, sir.
When's the first time you saw those photographs?
At the very first hearing that we had in reference to this case.
All right. And do you know how those photographs were
Were you going to
compiled?
let him take a look at it or not? Because he still has to answer the first question you asked him, was if he recognizes everybody on
That's
there.
fine,
So
sir.
let him come up for air.
There are some people on both of these lists that I do not know, I do not recognize. But to answer your last question, I did not make these.
All right. So the individuals that are on there that you do not recognize, do you know whether or not they are in fact a member of either one of those two groups?
Based on my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to object to the admissibility of the gang photograph.
Oh, okay. I'm going to overrule. He can identify the individuals that he does recognize, and he can explain how he recognized them and what their purported affiliation or membership is. Okay? So overrule the objection.
I'll seek to admit it this time, Your Honor.
Okay? Admitted with that qualification.
And showing you State's Exhibit 1. you have an opportunity, can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also see the names under the photos themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
And talking about States Exhibit 1, what are we looking at here?
It is a chart of 6-block, Fontaine, and Y&R.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the names of the individuals depicted?
I have.
To be fair, are some of the individuals depicted here incarcerated or deceased?
They are.
More specifically, I'll ask you about the photo on the top left of this Exhibit 1 labeled Foolio. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, ma'am. That would be Charles Jones.
Is that the Charles Jones that we have discussed already?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you also identify any of the other individuals depicted on States Exhibit 1, most specifically Bibby on the second row, the third photo in?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
Adrian Gaynor.
Is that person deceased or living?
He is deceased.
And does his homicide become relevant in this investigation in some way?
It has.
Same question for the photo just above that, Tiki, aka T-Shots. Do you recognize that individual?
I do, but I'm not sure of his legal name. I just know him as Tiki.
Is that person, do you know whether that person is deceased or living?
I do know that he is deceased.
Was it declared a homicide?
It was.
And was his homicide in some way related to this case as well?
Yes.
Lastly, Trey D, the photograph just to the right of the image we just spoke about.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that individual?
I do, but once again, his legal name has slipped my mind. I'm not sure of it.
Are you familiar with the nature of his death?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the he we're referring to?
Trey D,
Okay.
the fifth photo in from the left. Are you familiar with the nature of Trey D's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide in some way relevant to the Charles Jones homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Referring you now to States Exhibit 2, can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that there was a prominent member of ATK. Can you remind me of the name of that individual?
Yes, ma'am. It's the second photo on the top row. It has the name Young and Ace underneath it.
Is that Mr. Bullard, as you previously referenced?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that person living or deceased?
He is living.
And are there other individuals as a part of this chart that you were able to recognize whose deaths or cases were in some way related to this particular homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be the ones that are right underneath the word Ace's crew. It says Quan, 23, and Kobe.
Can you explain why their deaths are relevant in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am. Back in 2018 in Jacksonville, Florida, over on the city's south side in an area we call the town center, there was a triple homicide that involved Quan, 23, and Kobe. There was a fourth victim of that shooting was Mr. Bullard.
Is that Young and Ace as previously mentioned?
Yes.
Was Young and Ace present at the time of the shooting or homicide of the other three individuals named?
Yes, he was, and they were all four traveling in the same vehicle.
They all three passed away as a result of that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know what the relationship between Mr. Bullard, aka Young and Ace, and the three individuals you've mentioned is?
One was his brother, and the other two were friends.
Which individual was his brother?
I believe 23. Could have been Quan. I'm sorry. The names, like their names get all confused, but one of them was his brother. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly which one.
Do you mean their legal names, meaning their government official names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But by nickname, those are the three individuals who passed away in the same vehicle that Young and Ace was traveling in?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did that case become relevant to the Julio Foolio, aka Charles Jones homicide investigation?
Throughout both of those these homicides, they've made songs dissing each other back and forth.
Can I ask you a question? You said it was a triple homicide, but there were 4 people in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
So did one person survive?
Yes, ma'am. Young and Ace survived.
Young and Ace survived. Okay, thank you.
Is there one song in particular that's written by the decedent, in this case Charles Jones, referencing this homicide?
Yes, it is.
After that video was, or when we talk about videos or music videos, are you talking about those that were posted to YouTube specifically?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. after that music video was posted, had there been additional videos posted?
There has.
Were there videos posted to social media between the two gangs before that incident even?
Yes.
How long would you say that the ongoing beef that you can at least associate to gang activity has been going on between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2016, and since I've been employed, I believe that this war has been going on, so at least since 2016 to my knowledge.
Was there an event or a time in 2020 in which the war or beef between the two sides ramped up or grew more frequent?
Yes, ma'am.
How did that start?
I believe with the death of Bibby.
And around what time in 2020 did your office begin investigating crimes in Jacksonville related to ATK and 6 Block? Do you know when? No,
ma'am, I do not.
Are you familiar with the social media post that was made at the gravesite of 23 KARJ, depicted in State's Exhibit 2?
I am.
Can you tell us about that social media post?
Yes, it was members and associates of the criminal gang 6 Block. They went to the grave. He's buried in a wall, so he has like a plaque on the wall. And they gave the grave site a middle finger and shot finger guns at it.
Was that posted by 6 Block members to social media in 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Come August of 2023, did you have the opportunity to respond to a homicide scene on the interstate?
I did.
Can you tell me the nature of that call?
That was a homicide. The victim in that case was a young man named Jaquan Pickens. He goes by the name of Jake Chit. He was a member of 6 Block or Bully Gang, and he was shot and killed on the interstate and crashed into a semi-truck.
And you actually attended that scene in person?
Yes, ma'am.
After was that August 16th of 2023?
I don't know the exact day, but I would say the fall of 2023, yes, ma'am.
And the days after that, was there another offense related to this gang war?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was the next day.
And what was that?
A member of 1200. He was at a football practice in Jacksonville, and he was shot during that football practice and lived.
Are you referencing the Beals attempted murder?
Yes, ma'am. It would be Jacoby Beals. He also goes by the nickname of LaBobie.
Did anyone die at that scene?
I do not believe anybody died.
But it would have been the day after Mr. Pickens' homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
In October of 2023, did you receive an additional call out to a homicide related to an Antonio Tilley?
Yes, ma'am.
What gang is he affiliated with?
Antonio Tilley is a member of the criminal gang ATK.
And what was the nature of that homicide?
That it appears that he was set up and he showed up to a house via Uber driver, and somebody came out from behind the house and shot and killed him and the Uber driver.
And was there a shooting or homicide that you investigated as a result of that shooting, meaning after that?
Yes, ma'am. Like a couple hours after.
What was that?
That one also occurred in Jacksonville. Charles Jones, also known as Foolio, was leaving his residence and where he was staying that night. And as he's driving down the street, 2 unknown masked men hop out of a vehicle and fire at his black Dodge Charger, striking him in the foot.
That would have also been October of 2023.
Yes, ma'am. That would have been, I want to approximately 5 to 6 hours after the death of Antonio Tilley.
Are you familiar with the ballistics that were collected in that case, the Charles Jones shooting from October of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the ballistics evidence that was collected in the homicide investigation related to Charles Jones in June of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a correlation between the casings that were collected on search warrant in the Tampa Police Department investigation that related back to the October 23 shooting, the attempted murder?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
So the relationship between the casings collected at the Charles Jones attempted murder in October of 2023 related back to casings collected via search warrant in the Charles Jones homicide investigation?
Yes.
As a part of your ongoing investigation of the gang war, did you have an opportunity to actually download or preserve videos from social media?
Are you asking
From YouTube.
and like the history of me investigating them, or for this case?
Well, in the history of investigating them, have you watched YouTube videos between the two gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you able to identify that it is a gang that's posting the video, or members of a gang that are posting the video?
Just off the credits on the video and like the description of who it is.
Meaning in the description, is ATK posted sometimes?
I believe they often hashtag either ATK or NHG.
Are you able to also identify based on their looks or your familiarity with the gang members whether they were in the videos?
Yes.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to, related to 3 specific videos, review videos titled Who I Smoke, When I See You, and Game Over?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to confirm that the state's exhibits 3, 4, and 5 are those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review or evaluate the videos in a way that you have also listened to the lyrics or read through the transcripts from the videos to determine what was being said?
Yes, ma'am.
And are what's contained on these discs fair and accurate representations of the direct media downloads from these music videos from YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
The state seeks to admit states 3, 4, and 5, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
In referring you to states exhibit 3, do you recognize the opening of this particular video?
Yes, ma'am. This is it's about, when you hit play, it's going to play Who I Smoke by Young and Ace, Spin a Benz, Wappa with the Choppa, and Fast Money Goon.
I'm not going to play the entirety of the video, but I will through the portion that you've just mentioned about the identity. See the nicknames or aliases of anyone in particular on this Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am. I see Spin a Benz, Wappa with the Choppa, Young and Ace, and Fast Money Goon.
Are they all openly affiliated to ATK?
Spin a Benz and Wappa with the Choppa are going to be 1200, and Young and Ace and Fast Money Goon will be ATK.
Why is it that 2 different groups or subsets are filming a video together? Can you explain that to us?
Yes, ma'am. They often, ATK and 1200 often make music videos and share each other's social media posts, and they're simply associated with each other because they both have a common enemy.
Who is their common enemy?
It would be the North Side, which would be like 6 Block, We All We Got, and Bully Gang.
And the same for 6 Block, North Side, We All We Got gang members. They are affiliated with each other.
Yes, ma'am.
And do they have a common enemy?
Yes, ma'am. It would be 1200 and ATK.
So they are filming the music video together, but a part of different groups.
Yes, ma'am.
In your review of the Who I Smoke video that was posted, were there lines or lyrics that were of importance to you?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
And what was that?
So in the chorus of the song, it says, Who I Smoke Bibby, and then Who I Smoke Tiki, and Who I Smoke Lil 9. Those were just, Bibby is who one of Julio's best friends that passed away, and Tiki and Lil 9 were just close associates.
Are they all 6 Block members or associates?
Yes.
Now, when you're saying Who I Smoke, what does that mean?
Who I Smoke basically is speaking on the dead, like you either killed them or you didn't necessarily do the killing, but you're speaking in reference to the murder of those individuals.
And was there any other lyrics that you thought were important for this particular video?
Yes, ma'am. Towards the bottom, Fast Money Goon is rapping, and he says, the exact lyrics, probably have to play it, but he speaks along the lines of, I caught him lacking in Texas and went live, and then he says some explicit language, and he talks about, man, he didn't die.
Was there another attempt on the life of Charles Jones that occurred outside of Florida in Texas?
Yes, ma'am. That would be the shooting he's talking about. I'm not sure the exact year. I want to say maybe 2022 or 2021. Charles Jones was in Texas. He was shot, and while he was in the hospital bed, he went live on his Instagram talking about himself being shot.
Do you also ultimately learn during your assist with the Tampa Police Department investigation that Spenavens or Wapa with the Choppa would be relevant to that case?
To which case?
The homicide investigation which occurred in Tampa.
I believe the relevance, I'm not sure, but they have made music videos about this homicide, yes.
In showing you State's Exhibit 4, can you see that all right?
Yes, ma'am. This is the opening clip to the song When I See You by Foolio.
Is this a song that was posted after the Who I Smoke video by Young and A, Swappa with the Choppa, Fast Money Goon?
Yes, ma'am. This would be the response to the song When Who I Smoke.
Would that have been posted the days or weeks after the Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure the exact time frame, but it was posted after.
What was relevant in your review of the When I See You video to your investigation of the gang?
Yes, ma'am. So throughout this entire song, he speaks about 1200 and some ATK. So just knowing the song, he says he's sliding through the 12. He doesn't see nobody outside. Sliding through the 12 would be a reference to the 1200 block, which is the area that the criminal gang 1200 operates out of. And then he also talks about 2-3, which was killed in the town center shooting with Young and Ace. And then he talks about Papa, Lil Papa, who is a prominent member of 1200, or not a member, a prominent associate. He's like he's a successful rapper out of the criminal gang 1200. Just throughout the whole thing, he talks about different 1200 and ATK guys. Take a bike like I'm Suge. Suge was a 1200 guy who was killed. Catch a face shot like 5. And then Roland Michi in the Wood. Those were two prominent 1200 guys that were shot and killed in Orlando.
When you are saying on any of these videos that they are talking about the opposing gang, is there a negative connotation to what's being said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you say talking about, they're not just mentioning them or giving them a shout out of some kind. I mean, it's
no, ma'am. It would be disrespecting them.
Is that the nature of these so-called drill raps?
Yes, ma'am. It would be.
Can you talk to me about the importance of the props that were utilized in Julio Foolio, aka Charles Jones' music video?
Yes, ma'am. So that, so the happy birthday part, they were there celebrating, I believe, 23's birthday. They were eating wasabi at the restaurant at our town center.
When you're saying they, are you talking about Quan, 23, and 4 as previously identified in our chart? And
Young and Ace, yes, ma'am.
And they're talking about the triple homicide?
Yes, ma'am. So they were eating. They just got done eating their birthday dinner at the town center, and as they go to leave is when they were shot and killed. This is on the poster board you see there is Quan 23 and 4 from the Action News Jax channel in Jacksonville, and he's got the birthday cake around him because they were killed leaving the birthday celebration.
Does Charles Jones utilize this poster throughout the duration of his music video posted here?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to identify whether this is a separate cemetery than the post originally made earlier in 2023, which kind of set things off?
Yes, ma'am. I am not sure where this cemetery is or what graves he is at.
Okay, so you can't say whether or not this was the same 23 grave that they went to and pointed to?
Right, I cannot say that.
The identifiers that you use, though, are the news release that was blown up on the poster that's depicted on the video clip we're looking at in State's Exhibit 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Those are the 3 individuals that were deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
You're looking at State's Exhibit number 5. So over the course of 2023, And into 2024, are you still monitoring the gang activity between the two groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ultimately notified that Charles Jones is deceased in June, of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the Tampa Police Department investigation that we have been referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you, despite his death, continue investigating the ongoing music videos that are being posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a music video posted shortly after Charles Jones's death?
Yes, ma'am.
And who posted that video?
Young and Ace.
What was his name, Mr. Bullard?
Kenyatta Bullard, yes.
And the video itself, why was it relevant to your explanation regarding the dispute between the two groups?
It was this song, and it was the name of the song is Game Over.
The lyrics that were provided in the video, why were they relevant to the Tampa Police Department investigation?
There's a lot of lines in here that reference it. So in the beginning he says, I smoke six. He's referencing six as in 6 block for Charles Jones. He says explicit language to the 6. And then he says 4 in the car, 1 of them dead, 3 got hit. He's talking about the shooting, the 4 in the car. The dead one is obviously Mr. Jones, and I believe there were a couple other people that were struck in that shooting.
Can I specify? You said he's talking about the shooting. Are you talking about the homicide scene with Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the notes that you're annotating now, you're talking about him speaking specifically about the facts of what occurred in June of 2023,
Yes,
24.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. So he talks about the members or numbers of individuals in the car.
Yes, ma'am. And then it's not on here, but if you play it, he will say, oh, it is on here. I'm sorry. It says 5 in the morning, I got a call. What is this? And it's dead on the floor, dead on arrival, Mr. Six. If I recall correctly, we were notified roughly around 4:30, 5 a.m. I'm not sure when the exact homicide occurred, but Jacksonville itself was notified roughly around that time about the death of Mr. Jones. And then he talks about they don't want a war. He's speaking on the violent crimes that have happened back and forth. A little further down, he talks about bullets through his windshield, can't miss him with that chopper. Chop. Basically, a chopper is a long gun. It could be referenced as an AR or an AK. In the surveillance footage that I've observed of this homicide, bullets went through the windshield, and and 2 of the suspects did have long guns. He also talks about anybody who went to that grave and took a picture, they got hit. That one's talking about the grave picture we referenced earlier, where 6 Block and other members and associates have pulled up to 23's grave and shot finger guns and middle fingers at the grave site.
Now, indicating that the individuals who went to the grave got hit, were you able to tell from that social media post at 23's grave site, from the members that were either tagged or identifiable to you, how many of those individuals have since died?
Well, I know for a fact that Charles Jones was there. You can see his hand. A young man by the name of Loreno Span. He goes by the name of Lacraca. He has been shot multiple times since that. His hand was there. You don't see any faces, but you can make out tattoos and stuff of these guys. And another guy by the name of, I think it's Julian House. He goes by the name of Rico Osama. He was shot and killed, I believe, in December of 2023, if I'm not mistaken. You can just tell, like I said, by the tattoos on them of who they are. But I can't, other than who was tagged, I can't say it was for sure them. They could just be getting tagged in the post.
And meaning you can't identify the arm to the tag?
Correct.
When you had an opportunity to view this Game Over video in full, were there references to having Don Julio and on their head? Did you hear those references?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that means?
So after, throughout my investigation of ATK, I've not seen Don Julio or this tequila be used or as a prop or anything until after the death of Charles Jones. But since the death of Charles Jones, I've seen 1200 and ATK guys posting with a bottle of Don Julio tequila and that's referencing the nickname of Julio Foolio.
What does it mean to say there's a bag on your head in gang investigations?
So just off of my training and experience, a bag on your head would mean that somebody has placed money for you to become unalived. Just an example would be like if somebody puts $5,000, no matter who carries it out, that murder or that killing, that person is to get paid their money.
These are not the sole or only videos that were posted directly after this offense, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that would be correct.
And you previously mentioned that you were at least present at the interview for Davion Murphy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Did Detective Drabick lead the questioning of that interview?
He did.
Did you have an opportunity at the conclusion of that interview to photograph Davion Murphy?
I did.
And was there anything of note that you were able to depict from those photographs?
Yes, ma'am. There were several tattoos that raised interest. The one on the back of his neck, like I said earlier, it says 1200 block. He also has rest up Avery McKnight on his neck. He has 187 on his arm. He has Corbin J across his neck, and he has Joe Rod Adams on his arm.
Okay, so if I can break that down a little bit, you said he has 1200 and 187. Are those associates?
Yes, ma'am. So oftentimes throughout the gang, they use they use numbers or other meanings to show representation. So not only is it 1200 mean the 1200 block, 187 would also reference 1200.
And were you able to utilize those tattoos in your assessment of the defendant, Davion Murphy's gang affiliation as far as an association or gang member?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to date those tattoos?
I personally was not. I believe we asked Mr. Murphy in his interview about him, and he said that he got them either before he was locked up or while he was locked up.
Was Mr. Murphy incarcerated and ultimately released prior to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes.
What is the reference to Corbin J and the significance of that tattoo?
So Corbin, it's Corbin Johnson. He was a 1200. I'm not real sure of his member or associate status, but we'll call him an associate. He was a part of the criminal gang 1200, and he ultimately went missing. He's been missing for about a year, and a random citizen found his bones and I believe bags while he was cutting grass or something. But throughout this entire war, music back and forth, they reference how does a grown man go missing, and they talk about Corbin being missing.
Does Charles Jones make specific references in his music videos to Corbin Johnson?
He does.
You mentioned an Avery McKnight tattoo. Does that person have an alias?
I believe that is Suge.
And were there two tattoos in honor of Suge that you documented?
Yes, I believe that is correct. I believe he has the word Suge on his hand, and he's got Avery McKnight on his neck.
And throughout your review of the music videos posted, was Suge or Avery McKnight referenced?
Yes.
By Charles Jones in those music videos?
Yes.
Was the nature in which he was killed also referenced in those music videos?
Yes.
And lastly, the Gerard Adams tattoo?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the relevance of Gerard Adams?
I believe Gerard is Mr. Murphy's cousin. He goes by the nickname of Spaz. Was
Spaz killed in relation to the gang violence between the two groups?
Yes, ma'am. Spaz was killed at Gerard was killed at a football game at a local high school in Jacksonville. It's Raines High School. It's in the middle of what would be 6 block territory.
Are you familiar with that homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am. They made Jacksonville Sheriff's Office made an arrest on that case. The suspect in that case was Robert Howard.
And was Mr. Howard ultimately convicted in relation to that case?
Yes, ma'am, I believe he was.
Are you familiar with the witnesses that have been listed in the Tampa Police Department homicide for Charles Jones?
I am.
Was Robert Howard present with Charles Jones at the time of his murder?
He was.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yep. We'll pass the witness room.
Okay, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you?
Fine, sir. I don't believe we have met. I guess we can start on the kind of go. Well, let's. You've been a detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for approximately 8.5 years. Is that correct?
No, sir. I started my my career in patrol, where I was just a normal patrol officer, and then I moved on to a detective. Yes, sir.
And you've been a member of the gang unit for approximately 2.5 years. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And do you have specific gangs that I understand you to say you have? Let's withdraw that. How many detectives are assigned to gangs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. We have 12 detectives and 2 sergeants on our unit.
And is each detective assigned to a particular gang?
Yes, sir.
All right. And your gangs were, when you were originally assigned, were whom?
I have ATK, NHG, and another gang in Jacksonville called 300.
All right. And do you know, the AZK, do you know if that stands for anything?
ATK. I haven't been able to prove it, but the rumor on, like, the rumor that goes around, it stands for ACE's Top Killers.
I'm sorry.
ACE's Top Killers.
ACE's?
ACE.
Okay. Now, did you do any direct investigation into the 1200 gang?
I have not, no, sir.
All right. Are you familiar? Apparently, there was some photos of individuals that you were asked to identify originally. I believe it was State's Exhibit either number 1 or number 2. One of those included alleged members of the 1200 gang. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall whether or not Davion Murphy was in any of those photographs?
I do not believe he was.
Okay. All right. So whenever that was compiled, the gang members in that you recognized Mr. Davion Murphy was not one of the gang members, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, if you would, clarify your understanding of the difference between an associate member of a gang and a gang member.
Yes, sir. Per the state statutes, an associate needs to meet 1 criteria laid out within that state statute, and a member has to meet 2 or more.
All right. And do you know what that criteria is pursuant to the Florida statute? I believe it's 874.
I personally cannot name all of them because there is a lot of them, but I can name a few. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have any involvement in investigating any of the criteria to determine whether or not Davion Murphy met that criteria?
I have not. I did not. He's not a documented member at this time. Based on what I've seen within our unit, I believe he's a documented associate that I did not do.
Okay. So he's clearly not a documented member, but you believe he may be an associate based on what you...
He is. We have documented him as an associate to the criminal gang 1200. He is. We are still working on the member status for him. Yes, sir.
And do you know, if you know, when it was that he was alleged to be an associate? What time frame are we talking about?
I believe it would have been late last year at some time. By late, it could, sometime between the fall and winter months of last year.
All right. So would that be, you're aware of the date of the alleged, the homicide here in Hillsborough County, correct?
Yes, sir. He was documented as an associate after the homicide.
After the homicide, okay.
Correct.
All right. So is there any evidence to indicate that he was in fact a member prior to June 23rd of 2024?
Based on the interview that we had with him and the tattoos that he has on his body, I believe that if we had known about those tattoos before the homicide, he could have been he could be documented as a member of a criminal gang 1200.
Before June 23rd of 24?
Yes, sir, because based on what Mr. Murphy has told me and Detective...
So let's make it clear. You're talking about Davion Murphy,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Sorry, there is 2 in this case. Based on what Davion Murphy has told me in the interview that we conducted earlier this month, was that he had those tattoos either before or when he got them, before or when he went to prison, and he was in prison, I believe, between 2018 and 2023.
Okay. So your information concerning when he got those tattoos was allegedly pursuant to the interview you conducted, I believe, with yourself and the other detective of the interview of Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it Drebeck?
Drebeck, yes, sir.
Gray?
Dre.
D-R-A...
B-E-K.
Oh, Brayback.
Dre.
Okay. Can you spell
With a
that?
D.
Yeah, D, Delta, Romeo, Alpha, Bravo, Echo, Kilo.
All right, thank you. All right. Now, you've also, and it's your understanding that the tattoos that you've described that you saw on Mr. Murphy at your interview with him in Jacksonville were what? What were they that led you to believe that they were indicative of gang membership?
He has the gang tattooed on him.
What did he have tattooed on him?
1200 block.
All right. And what leads you to believe that that tattoo is indicative of as a member of that gang? Simply because of that number?
That's the name of the gang.
I'm sorry?
That's the name of the gang.
Okay. All right. And anything else that you saw?
He had some deceased members and associates tattooed on him as well.
Okay. That were you alleged were members of the 1200 gang, correct?
I wouldn't say alleged. I would say they met state statutes to be members of the 1200 gang.
And the 1200 gang, as I understand it, is a location is it Duval County or in Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville?
Jacksonville is Duval County.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So where was this 1200? What is that a?
Yes, sir. It's a city block. It's the 1200 block of East First Street. It is on the city's east side, kind of near our stadium. I don't know if you're familiar with Jacksonville, but it's the east side of downtown Jacksonville.
All right. And during the time that you were a member of the and are a member of the gang units, do you know where Mr. Davion Murphy resided?
I do not know his exact residence, no, sir.
So you didn't know where he lived?
No.
Okay. All right, now we saw a number, well, not a number, we saw three videos at the state, YouTube videos. Those are YouTube videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And one of them is State's Exhibit number 3, which is Who I Smoke. Was that one of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what led you to believe Who I Smoke, your interpretation of what allegedly that meant? How did you come to that conclusion?
Just based on my training and experience of speaking with these guys and listening to not just that song but other songs.
Did you talk to anyone that actually authored the videos?
I have not. I have spoken with them, but we have not talked about the video.
That's what I'm asking you. Did anyone that was participated in the video explain to you what they meant by Who I Smoke?
No, sir. It's simply my own interpretation based on the training and experience I've had within the gang unit.
All right. And your interpretation is you believe that to be that Who I Smoke has something to do with who I kill or I'm going to kill or involved in a homicide? Is that your...
My interpretation of the term smoke, or when you say you're rolling somebody in a wood, or like who I smoke, is there is a disrespect towards whoever they say that, and then the name after, it's a disrespect towards that, basically insinuating that guy's dead because of something that my friends have done.
Again, is that as a result of your interview with anybody participating in the making of those videos, or is that again your interpretation based on your experience?
Yes, sir. Once again, that is my interpretation. I have not spoken with anybody in these videos about those songs.
Right. Now, State's Exhibit, the video number 4, When I See You, is that the name of that video? Do you recall?
If that's the one that Foolio song, yes, sir, that would be When I See You.
All right. And do you have an interpretation of what that's supposed to mean?
No, sir. It's based on my training and experience in the way that I interpret it through what I've learned and the training that I've received.
And what is that? What's your interpretation of what that video means?
It's a disrespect towards the people that he mentions throughout that song.
Okay. Now, do you know when that State's Exhibit number 4, when I see you, when that was authored or when that was created?
I don't know the exact time it was released or wrote or authored. I do know for a fact that it was released on YouTube after Who I Smoke.
Okay. And do you know approximately when it was that Who I Smoke was released, or at least put on YouTube?
I don't know the exact time, no, sir.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know if these were before or after June 23rd of 2024?
It would have been before.
Before?
Yes, sir.
All 3 videos that the state introduced?
No, sir. State Exhibit 5 was after this the case that in question.
And that's game over?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you have your interpretation of what game over supposedly meant?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Game over is also it's speaking about the homicide of Charles Jones.
Let me stop you there. How do you know it's referencing the homicide of Charles Jones?
So in other songs based on that I've listened to, that Mr. Jones, he calls himself Mr. Six, which was a representation of his gang. And then in this song it says, "Dead on the floor, dead on arrival, Mr. Six." That would mean that to me is whenever somebody arrived to the scene that Mr. Six was dead.
And you're interpreting Mr. Six to be Charles Jones? Is that what you're interpreting?
Yes, sir.
Again, so we're clear. Did you interview anybody that participated in the creation of that video?
No, sir.
All right. Again, so that's clear. This is all your interpretation of what allegedly that video represents, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let me ask you to digress for a moment, if I may. What directly are you aware of pursuant to your position as a gang member, as a gang investigator with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, that led you to believe that Devion, besides the tattoos, Devion Murphy is a member of a gang, any gang?
He said associate.
I'm sorry?
He said he was an associate.
Associate, I apologize. Associate.
Like I said, I did not document him as an associate, so I'd have to see that documentation.
Okay. So you're not personally aware of any of the criteria under 774 that designates Mr. Devion Murphy as a gang member, correct?
Well, now I am, yes, sir. He during the interview, he did the 1200 gang sign, and then along with his tattoos, that would be two of the that meets 2 criteria to document as a member of criminal gang 1200.
And the same type of questions, you say the hand signs, are those your interpretation of what those are?
No, sir. We've actually, throughout my career and other gang detectives prior to me with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office have interviewed people, and they have told us that they have showed us and told us what the 1200 gang sign is.
And what exactly is that?
It's where you take your ring finger and you touch your thumb, and it makes a 1 and 2 that stands for 12.
And are you saying that Mr. Devion Murphy made that symbol for you?
He did. He didn't make it for me. He made it in a room by himself.
Okay. May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, are you aware of the relationship of Davion Murphy to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I believe in his interview that he told us that they were cousins. They're legally cousins, but more like brothers.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go.
Thank you.
All right, so that was part one. We still have two more detectives to go through. So that was Detective Richard Nieder. Now we are going to hear from let me see who's up next. We have three. I think this is Cruz. Is this? I forget his name. The last one is Drabeck, Detective Drabeck. So Detectives Nieder and Drabeck interviewed Davion. So this next detective, I can't think of his name right now. Maybe Cruz. I'm not 100% sure. Or Ramos, Detective Ramos. He gives a really, really good backstory. If you're listening to me, definitely, and you can pay attention to his testimony, because he breaks down who was in the cars, and it's really, really good testimony. So let's check this out. Same day, just a different detective testifying. And I don't think there's any audio at the
All
beginning.
right, state next witness.
State calls Detective Juan Ramos.
You solemnly swear to protect the truth and the truth.
I do. Private citizen.
Hello.
Hey, proceed, Judge.
Yep.
Please state your full name for the record.
Juan Ruben Ramos,
How are you employed?
as a detective with the Tampa Police Department.
And were you assigned as the main case detective for the homicide investigation of victim Charles Jones?
I was.
When were you assigned to that role?
June 23rd, 2024.
And on June 23rd of 2024, did you respond to the homicide scene at the Home to Suites located on McKinley Drive across from USF in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Approximately what time did you respond to that location?
Approximately 5:30 in the morning.
And that's on June 23rd of 2024?
Correct.
When you responded there, had law enforcement already responded?
Correct.
Can you describe for us your initial observations when you got there?
When I got there, there was a crime scene tape in the area of the Home to Suites and the adjacent Holiday Inn. So the Home to Suites shares a parking lot with Holiday Inn. And there was a black Dodge Charger in the middle of the scene that was riddled with numerous gunshot strikes. And there was a decedent, the victim Charles Jones was inside of the black Charger.
Were there other, you said that this is a Home to Suites, were there other hotels that shared or were adjacent to that parking lot next to Home to Suites?
Correct. The Holiday Inn shares a parking lot with Home to Suites.
And you said that there were other law enforcement officers that were already on scene, is that correct?
Correct. Numerous.
Was the crime scene where you have described that black vehicle, was that at that time blocked off by crime scene tape?
It was.
Were there members of the public that were in the perimeter of the crime scene?
There were.
Were there, can you tell me if there were vehicles that were in that parking lot?
A bunch of vehicles, yes.
And you said that there was a person that was in the black Dodge Charger, is that correct?
Correct.
Had he already been pronounced deceased at the time when you responded?
He was.
Okay. Was he ultimately identified?
Yes, he was.
And who was that?
The victim, Charles Jones.
And through the course of your investigation, did you further find out any identifying information or any other name that he may have gone by?
Yes, I learned that he is a rapper that goes by the stage name Julio Foolio.
During the course of your investigation, did you and other members of the homicide squad with Tampa Police Department have communication with the gang unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
And did they assist in the investigation in this case?
Yes, they did.
Were there other victims that were identified to you or other members of the Tampa Police Department on June 23rd of 2024 that had been shot but were not deceased?
Yes, there was 3 other victims that received gunshot injuries but did not die.
Can you name those individuals?
Yes, in the black Dodge Charger with the victim, Charles Jones, the driver was Xavier Edwards. He sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm area and a graze of a bullet into his head. Behind Mr. Jones, because Mr. Jones was sitting in the front right passenger seat, behind Mr. Jones was Gino Norris Jr., or Gino Norris II. He also sustained a gunshot wound to his right upper arm. And in a car traveling with the victim next to the Charger, there was a female named Camilla Bentley, and she also sustained a gunshot to the right upper arm, a wound.
And those 3 other victims that sustained gunshot wounds, were they transported to different hotels in Tampa?
Different hospitals, yes.
And did they survive their injuries and were released by the hospital?
Correct.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8. How many vehicles were associated with the victim, Charles Jones, and the people that he had arrived to Tampa with?
3.
And the photographs that I have shown you, are those fair and accurate depictions of the 3 vehicles that were either driven by him and or his friends when they were in Tampa?
Correct. States Exhibit 6 is the victim's black Dodge Charger. 7 is one of his friends, Tafa McRae's black Nissan Altima. And Exhibit 8 is the gray Hyundai Sonata that belonged to the victim's girlfriend, Armani Turner.
All right, this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what is States Exhibit 6?
This is the victim's Charles Jones black Dodge Charger. It's inside of our impound lot where it was processed by our crime scene technicians.
And you had seen it on scene, is that correct, at the Home to Suites?
Correct.
And when we talk about that Home to Suites across USF, what county is that located in?
Hillsborough County.
And this is a photo of it after it's been taken to, you said, your impound lot, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what is designated by all of these yellow stickers that are on this vehicle?
Yes, those yellow stickers are placed where a bullet that was fired from a gun struck the vehicle.
Okay. And were there several strikes to the windshield?
Yeah, numerous.
Where was the victim, Charles Jones? Where was he in this vehicle when he was found?
The victim was seated in the front right passenger seat.
And you said there were other surviving victims, is that correct? Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards?
Correct.
Were interviews conducted of both those individuals?
Gino Norris, who was sitting in the back seat, he was interviewed at the hospital. Xavier Edwards, the driver, his injuries were more severe and he was in surgery, and I never got an opportunity to interview him.
Were there individuals back at the Home to Suites or the Holiday Inn that were either identified identified by other Tampa police detectives or officers to you as individuals who were with the victim or the victim's group?
Yes, in the gray Hyundai Sonata were 3 occupants, and in the Nissan Altima there was another 3 occupants. Ultimately, I interviewed 5 out of the 6. 3 of them were at the scene, Tafa McRae at a hospital, and another young lady I spoke to over the phone after.
What is State's Exhibit number 7?
This is Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima. He was in this vehicle with 2 other females, one of them being Camilla Bentley, who was shot in the arm.
And again, the two yellow markers that are on the back windshield of this Nissan Altima, what does that indicate, or what does that mark?
Those are, again, gunshot impacts.
Okay. And where was this vehicle located?
This vehicle at the time of the shooting was located just south of the black Dodge Charger. So the black Dodge Charger was parked in front of the front door facing west, and this vehicle was just south of it facing the opposite direction.
What's in State's Exhibit number 8?
This is Armani Turner's Hyundai Sonata. She is the girlfriend of the victim, Charles Jones.
And were interviews conducted of her as well?
Yes, her and the two other occupants were interviewed at the scene.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn why the victim, Charles Jones, was here in Tampa?
Yes, I did.
And why was he here?
He was here for a couple reasons. It was his birthday weekend. His birthday was June 21st, so he was celebrating his birthday weekend that weekend. And he had a paid show. So he was, again, a performing rapper. He was paid to perform at a nightclub called the Teasers Gentlemen's Club.
Okay, that located here in Tampa, Florida?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether or not that had been advertised prior to him coming to Tampa on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, through review of his public Instagram account, he was advertising that he was coming to Tampa to perform at Teasers at least a couple weeks prior, as early as June 14th. He was advertising his trip to Tampa.
And during the course of your investigation and your communication with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, what did you learn about Charles Jones' background?
I learned that he is associated with the criminal street gang that goes by 6th Block, located in Jacksonville, Florida, and that much of his rapping topics, or how he became famous, has to do with what they call drill rap and his involvement in the gang war between 6th Block and his rival gangs.
Was there a crime scene detective that was also assigned to take charge of the crime scene?
Yes.
Did you do an initial review of the crime scene while you were there?
I did.
Were there any sort of shell casings or projectiles that were collected at the crime scene?
Yes, we recovered 31 9mm spent casings.
And what were the caliber of them?
A 9mm.
I'm sorry, you said it in your answer. I apologize. Were there any other type or different caliber casings that were collected on scene?
No, just the one.
Was there an autopsy that was conducted of the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When did that occur?
The day after the homicide.
And what was the cause and manner of death?
The manner of death was homicide, and the cause was trauma from gunshot.
Were there other members that were here in Tampa with Charles Jones that were later identified to belong to 6th Block or gang member or associates?
Yes, in Armani Turner's vehicle, there was a gentleman who I interviewed by the name of Robert Howard. His street name is Kenny Caps. He was convicted in the murder of Gerard Adams, a associate of the 1200 gang. He was at the scene at the time of Charles Jones' murder.
During the course of your investigation, did you or other members of the Tampa Police Department look for surveillance video?
Yes, we did.
Were you able to locate surveillance video at the Home to Suites or the Holiday Inn, those series of hotels off of McKinley Drive?
Yes, we were.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 9A and 9B. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, this is one of the suspect vehicles, a silver Chevy Cruze.
Was there a Tesla that was parked in that parking lot at the Home to Suites?
Yes, there was a Tesla that was parked in and a charging spot that was equipped with in Sentry mode, so it had cameras surrounding the vehicle that captured some of the offense.
Your Honor, Judge, at this time we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 9A, 9B.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what's in 9A and what's in 9B?
Yes. So A is a still shot from the footage of the Tesla. So this Tesla was parked at the Homestead Suites, and this is the silver Chevy Cruze driving by that Tesla at the scene. And then B is that same silver Chevy Cruze as depicted on a license plate reader camera.
Based on your interviews of the surviving victims and also the witnesses that were with the victim in Tampa, did you locate or did you learn of where the victim had been prior to going to the Homestead Suites?
Yes, from everyone that was traveling with the victim, we learned the chain of events leading up to the homicide. So they started their evening at an Airbnb in the Clearwater area or just north of there. They were having a pool party there. Ultimately, they were kicked out of that Airbnb by the police. From there, the group traveled to Teaser's Gentleman Club off of Nebraska, where Mr. Jones was to have his paid performance. They were at Teaser's for his paid performance. After his performance was over, they traveled from Teaser's to Truth 18, which is a nightclub for an after party. From Truth 18, they needed somewhere else to stay, so Mr. Jones tried to book a room at the Homestead Suites. So after Truth 18, they traveled to Homestead Suites, and then that's where the homicide took place.
Did you go to each of those locations, to Teasers and Truth 18, and look for surveillance videos at both of those locations, as well as the surrounding area, the street that is around the parking lots of those two clubs?
Correct.
Were you able to find video footage of the victim at all of those locations?
I was.
And the other cars that were traveling with him?
Yes.
And based on your investigation and reviewing those videos, were you able to identify any sort of vehicles that were associated with the suspects that were involved in this homicide and shooting?
Yes, at Teasers and Truth 18 and Homestead Suites, so at all three locations, we identified two vehicles that were following the victim, and one of them was this silver Chevy Cruze, and the other one was a black Impala.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 10 and 11. Do you recognize both the diagram and this disc that contains a video?
Yes, I do.
And is States Exhibit 10, is that a fair and accurate diagram of the directionality of the vehicles that were involved in this case?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 11, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the different video footage that was obtained from the Teasers video? I'm sorry, from the Teasers Club?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 10 and 11.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what is States Exhibit number 10?
States Exhibit number 10 is on the left is a aerial satellite view. It's a diagram that I prepared to show the movements of the victim's vehicles, the three vehicle entourage, and then the two suspect vehicles. The victim's vehicles are designated by the three green blocks that you see just south of the main structure. So Teasers is that structure right in the center of the photo. And then the red arrows show the path of travel of the black suspect Impala, and then the blue arrows show the travel of the silver suspect Chevy Cruze, accompanied with some blue dots that show the movements of the two occupants of the silver Cruze who, during their surveillance of the victim at Teasers, got out on foot in order to get a line of sight at the front door. And then on the right, there's a timeline breakdown from the video of what times the victim arrived, what times the suspects arrive, and what time the victim leaves.
The previous photo, 9A, 9B, is the silver Chevy Cruze that you had seen at the Homestead Suites. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there another suspect vehicle that was relevant to your investigation in that footage from the Homestead Suites, Holiday Inn, and Tesla?
Yes, a black Impala.
Okay. Were you able to also see both the silver Chevy Cruze as well as that black Impala at Teasers?
Correct.
And can you take us through, did you yourself put together this timeline based on the video footage of relevant times of either the victim and the the victim's entourage and the suspect vehicles.
Correct.
Can you take us through that timeline?
Yes, at 1:41 in the morning on June 23rd, 2024, Robert Howard and Tafa McRae, along with some others from the pool party, they arrive at Teasers. So Tafa McRae, again, was in the black Nissan Altima. Robert Howard was in the Sonata. So those two cars arrived first. They park just south of the Teasers building near the front door. At 2:23, Mr. Jones himself arrives as a passenger in the black Charger and parks right in front of the front door. He's the bigger green block. Almost simultaneously, within a minute, the suspect Silver Cruise arrives in the parking lot. It drives around the back part to the left of the main structure there, and then backs into a spot. And two occupants get out and approach the front door area, or at least where they can get a line of sight with the front door. And then ultimately they get back in the Silver Cruise and leave. 2:32, Mr. Jones and his entourage enter the club. At 2:54 in the morning, Mr. Jones and his entourage are leaving the club. They're coming out of the front door. As they're walking out of the front door and getting ready to get into their vehicles, at 2:55, you see the black Impala arrive southbound on Nebraska, makes a right-hand turn into the back parking lot, circles around the back parking lot, and then positions itself basically directly in front of the victim's vehicle. But ultimately, no incident occurs there, and all the vehicles leave.
And were there multiple cameras at the Teasers Club?
Correct.
Was there cameras that show the door, the entry of Teasers?
Yes.
Was there also a camera that was parked behind the club that showed where cars can park?
Yes, there was two cameras that cover the west side of the parking lot to the left here, and then another camera that covers the north side of the parking lot just north of the building.
And state exhibit number 11, the video, is that different video that has been spliced together based on the timing?
Yeah, correct. So because I had at least 4 angles and relevant stuff's happening at different times, what I did is I took the 4 angles, what was relevant in them, in chronological order, and I spliced them so they just play consecutively as the movements are happening.
Other than splicing them and putting them together in chronological order, was there any sort of editing or change made to any of those videos?
No, absolutely not.
Was the timestamp, the date and time checked and verified?
Yes, the Teasers camera was approximately 7 minutes and 40 seconds slow.
Can you tell us on State's exhibit number 11 which camera we're looking at?
We're looking at the camera. It's labeled as front parking, but it covers the front door. So off to the right there, that gray door, that's the front entry to Teasers Gentlemen's Club. This is the victim's black Dodge Charger arriving. Again, the timestamp's 7 minutes, almost 8 minutes slow, so he's arriving around 2:24.
And as you identify witnesses and the victim, can you note that for us and let us know what they're wearing?
Yes.
And what are we looking at now?
So this is the back parking lot. This is the arrival. This is at 2:24, just within a minute of the victim backing up near the front door. The suspect, Silver Cruise, is arriving into the back parking lot, and it's going to park in a spot here at the top right corner. I do speed it up for time's sake because, well.
And during the course of your investigation, how many occupants are in this silver Chevy Cruze?
At this time, there are 2 occupants in the silver Chevy Cruze.
Were you able to identify those occupants?
I was.
Who are those occupants?
They're co-defendants Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews.
Did you interview both of those suspects?
I did.
Familiar with what they look like?
Correct. So just to clarify, around this time, the victim is near the front door getting ready to go into the club, and the Silver Cruze has backed into a spot on the top right-hand corner there along the fence line. This is Isaiah Chance exiting the driver's side door and Alicia Andrews exiting the front passenger door of the suspect Silver Cruise.
In any of the camera video footage at this point, do we see the black Chevy Impala yet?
Not yet.
Can you describe what's happening now?
Yeah, Defendant Isaiah Chance is using a cell phone. Through an interview with Alicia Andrews, she told us that was her cell phone. She had just unlocked it for him, and ultimately we got call detail records that show around this time there was communication from this phone to Defendant Sean Gaithwright's phone, who was we were able to determine was in the black Impala.
Do they both Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews, do they have anything covering their face?
Yes, at this time they're both wearing medical COVID-type masks.
What are we seeing now?
This is the front door, so this is in chronological order. So right around the time that Alicia and Isaiah are positioned, they would be like near the speed limit sign in the middle at the top there when they walked off camera. So they position themselves where they can get a line of sight of this front door area. And the victim is leaning up against his Dodge Charger wearing a red hat. Next to him, to the left, is Gino Norris, who was in the back seat when he got shot. Robert Howard is a short gentleman with a blue hat and a white t-shirt in the middle there. Xavier Edwards is who was driving when he got shot, is leaning up against the Charger smoking. Is a larger gentleman wearing all black. So this is Armani Turner, Miss Randolph, and this is the victim himself getting patted down going in, Gino Norris going in, and then Xavier Edwards going in. So at this point, the entire entourage has gone into the club.
And it says it's 2:22, and you said how off is the time?
7 minutes slow.
Okay.
So after the victim and his entourage go in, our two, Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews, they make their way back to the suspect Silver Cruise, and ultimately they pull out.
Do they ever enter the Teasers Club?
No, they do not.
Do they ever make contact with any of the staff or the bouncers or security that are at that front door?
They do not. Suspect Silver Cruise is leaving the parking lot. This is now fast forwarded to the point where the victim and his entourage are leaving at approximately 2:54 a.m. As we can see, the victim and his entourage come out the front door and they're headed towards their vehicles. The victim's at his front right passenger door of his Charger. So this would be, correct time would be around 2:54 a.m. And almost simultaneously, the black Impala is seen arriving southbound on Nebraska there in the top right corner. It has a signal to turn right into the parking lot.
And is this a different camera angle?
Yes, this is the one that covers the north side of the parking lot. So there's with the blinker going is the suspect black Impala arriving into the parking lot around the same time the victim and his entourage are working their way to their cars. That black vehicle in front of the Impala is unrelated. The black Impala is the second vehicle there, and now circling the back part of the parking lot and working its way to the street where the front door is at. So at this point, all of the victim and his entourage are inside of their vehicles getting ready to leave. First, we see that first black vehicle is unrelated, and then the second vehicle there is a suspect Impala, and it pulls right up to, you can see the wheelbase kind of stop right in front of the black Charger. So at this point, that suspect black Impala that ultimately we determined contained the 3 shooters was stopped right in front of the victim's vehicle here. And then everyone leaves without incident.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 12 and 13. Did you also create a diagram, again, that shows the different vehicles and different persons associated with the victim and the 2 suspect vehicles in State's Exhibit number 12?
Correct.
And did you obtain video footage from State, from the Truth 18 location?
Correct.
And is that what is contained in State's Exhibit 13?
Correct.
Did I ask you to review that and identify it by placing your initials and the date on it?
Correct.
And does State Exhibit 13 have is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video footage from Truth 18 on June 23rd of 2024?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Can you take us through, again, the timeline and what the different color arrows are and what they represent in State's Exhibit number 12?
Yeah, so the green arrow represent the victim's entourage, their movement in and out, and then the green blocks represent where they were parked at in front of Truth 18. Truth 18 is at the bottom left corner of the photo, so it's a 2-story strip mall plaza, so there's numerous businesses inside of it. Truth 18 specifically is on the 2nd floor of this plaza. And then the blue arrows represent the suspect Silver Cruise. It arrives eastbound on Bush and parks to the east of the bail bonds building there. And then again, the 2 occupants, Isaiah and Alicia, get out on foot and walk west to position themselves within line of sight of the front door of Truth 18. And then the red arrows are the movements of the black Impala. As the timeline goes, at 3:04, Mr. Jones and his entourage arrive. They kind of loiter in the parking lot for a little bit before they go inside. At 3:27, they walk up the stairs to go inside. At 4 o'clock, the Silver Cruise arrives and parks. At 4:15, the victim and his entourage begin to leave, so they're coming down the stairs from the Truth 18. As they're exiting the front door and coming down the stairs, we can see the black Impala arriving eastbound on Bush. At first, it parks in the Enterprise parking lot here to the right, and then shortly after, it repositions itself. It goes north through the intersection and positions itself at a stop sign near the Cash America there at the top right. At 4:22, the victim and his convoy, they go mobile and they start driving. First they drive east on Bush, and then they make a U-turn there to go west on Bush to head towards 40th and McKinley, where the Homestead Suites is located. As they're leaving, within 30 seconds, the suspect Silver Cruise pulls out and follows them in close pursuit. And then this kind of goes into the timeline of their arrival at Homestead Suites that we got from the USF camera footage. So in addition to this, we got some footage from a USF poll camera across the street from the Homestead Suites that show the 3 victims' vehicles arriving at that intersection right next to the Homestead Suites at approximately 4:26, with the suspect Silver Cruise following shortly after.
And State Exhibit 13, were there again different cameras that were located at Truth 18 that you put together chronologically in order?
Correct.
Was there also video footage that was from the victim's streaming Instagram account that you fit in chronologically as well?
Correct. He posted a live video onto his Instagram as he was walking up the steps to get ready to go in the club, and I spliced it into the video footage at the chronological order of when that video would have been broadcast.
And was the date and the timestamps of these videos were they confirmed by you or other members of the Tampa Police Department for the accuracy as to the date and time?
Yes, they were verified, and these were found to be approximately almost 13 hours fast.
Okay. And this says 6/24/2024, 149, is that correct?
Correct.
And these were off, they were actually ahead?
Yeah, about half a day ahead, yes.
And what is this first camera, where's that located at?
So this camera is
Sorry, we're just trying to turn it down a little bit. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so this camera is located second story of the Truth 18 Plaza. It's pointing down towards the parking lot right in front of Truth 18. And as we saw, the victim's vehicles arrived. They parked in front of the building, and they kind of loiter in the parking lot here a little bit before they start making their way to the front door. As they're making their way to the front door, they're going up the stairs here, and as you can see, the front door to Truth 18 is off to the right there, top right. The victim, again, is wearing the red shorts and the red beanie hat. He's walking up the stairs. Behind him, Robert Howard in the blue hat. At the top of the stairs is Gino Norris, one of the gunshot victims. And Xavier Edwards right behind him, another gunshot victim. This is the time, as you can see, the victim's on his phone. He's setting up the live stream to his Instagram, and he's recording.
Did I hear Robert Howard was convicted?
He was convicted. He was a juvenile at the time. He got 5 years. He did 5 years and got out. So again, this is from the Instagram recording. This is, if you were monitoring the victim's Instagram account, you would see this live, him arriving at the club.
Now what are we seeing?
This is the Cash America caddy corner to the Truth 18. What we see here is at the very top in the center, kind of hard to see, is the wheelbase of the silver Impala. It just made a right-hand turn, and it's kind of stopped right now there in the middle, and it's getting ready to park near the bail bonds to the east of Truth 18. It backed up, and now it's moving forward, and there's its final resting spot. What we see here is on foot Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews. They had exited the Silver Cruise, and they walk west through the parking lot and then onto the sidewalk. And from where they were parked at, they wouldn't have had a line of sight to the front door of Truth 18. So again, they get out on foot and position themselves within line of sight of the front door.
At this location, do they ever go inside Truth 18?
No, they do not.
Do they ever make contact with any sort of personnel, bouncers, security, or bartenders of Truth 18?
No, they do not.
Both Truth 18 and Teasers, are they both located here in Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida?
Yes, they are. So this is now fast forwarding a little bit to approximately 4:15 on the 23rd. They are leaving. This is the victim there in the red. Coming down the steps, Xavier Edwards, Robert Howard, Gino Norris. This is now whittled down to the final group that's going to make it. Camilla Bentley in the all gray, Aaliyah Albritton there in the pink, and Tafa McRae. So this is our final group that are going to be split basically 3 to each vehicle. As they're coming down the steps simultaneously, here's the black Impala arriving eastbound on Bush. At first it makes a right-hand turn into the Enterprise parking lot there in the top left, and then it parks. It parks facing west. So from where it parks, you would be facing the Truth 18 Plaza, but you wouldn't really have a view of the front door or that stairwell too well.
Again, did you speed up some of this video footage?
Yes, for the sake of time. The Black Impala just backed out of his parking spot and it now moves north across Bush through the intersection. And then it goes up the street, makes a U-turn, and comes back south, and then stops at the stop sign where it's visible on this camera at the top right corner. That's the suspect Black Impala, stopped at the stop sign, and simultaneously our victims would be in the parking lot near their vehicles, getting ready to get in them to leave. This is backtracking a little bit to where the victims get to the bottom of the stairwell. If you look at the center, the top center, that's the stop sign area. The Impala isn't there yet. So through the interviews, we knew that Mr. Jones was still trying to set up the hotel room booking, so they kind of loitered in the parking lot for a few minutes here before they went mobile. Ultimately, Tafa McRae, Aaliyah Albritton, and Camilla Bentley get into the Black Impala, whose rear tail lights are on right now. Top left, we can see Robert Howard, Armani Turner, and Miss Randolph get into the dark in color Sonata, and then the victim got into the Charger. It's off view, it's past this wall here, but if you look at the top middle there, you can see the black suspect Impala stopped at the stop sign, loitering just like we saw previously at the Cash America angle. Once the vehicles start to go mobile, they initially pull out to go east through the parking lot, but for some reason they make a U-turn and come back west through the parking lot. So at this point, the Charger had pulled out first, Tafa McRae's Altima pulled out second, and Miss Randolph has yet to pull out.
And this entire time, that Impala is just stopped there.
It's just stopped there, correct. And at this point, the Charger's reaching the far east end of the parking lot, and the suspect Impala darts across Bush, almost in that direction, and then but then our three victims' vehicles, they make a U-turn and come back west through the parking lot. Not sure what that was about. So now our victims' vehicles are coming back through the parking lot west. Miss Turner stops to let the victim's vehicle take the lead. Tafa McRae gets slowed down a little bit by this car that was backing up, but ultimately he's the third vehicle in the convoy. And in the top left, you'll see they make a right out of the parking lot and then make a right onto eastbound Bush, and they get into that left lane. So at the top left there, you'll see the victim's vehicle in the lead. Miss Turner's behind it. There's the victim's Dodge Charger. There's Miss Turner's Sonata, and then the third vehicle, still trying to catch up, is Tafa McRae's Nissan Altima. They all make a U-turn to go west on Bush towards 40th. Within approximately 30 seconds of the victim's vehicles making that U-turn, we'll see the silver Cruise come into line of sight northbound from the bail bonds area, cut through the intersection and make a left to go in their direction. There it is right there. That's the silver Cruise following the victim's convoy.
And approximately how far is Truth 18 from the home to suites?
Ooh, it's close, so a mile and some change.
And what camera are we looking at now?
This is the USF PO camera that's located at 40th or 40th and McKinley. It's the same street. So McKinley and Fowler. So the homes to suites where the homicide happens is at the top right corner, which is at the southwest corner of the intersection. And what we see here is we see the three victims' vehicle convoy arriving. They have to make a U-turn in order to get into the Homestead Suites parking lot. So that first one was the Charger, then the Sonata, and now the Altima. All three vehicles together make the U-turn, and then they make a right-hand turn to enter the Homestead Suites parking lot. And as they're making that turn, the next set of headlights that you see there are the Silver Cruise that was following within line of sight. The Silver Cruise does not make the same U-turn to follow them. It makes a right onto eastbound Fowler, and then ultimately it makes a U-turn. It comes back within line of sight and drives north onto the USF property, and it's staged across the street basically from the Homestead Suites for a little bit. While it's staged across the street, next we see the Impala arriving some minutes later. The suspect Impala is arriving. The suspect Impala does take the same path of travel as the victim. It stops at the stoplight in the left-hand turn lane, and ultimately it makes a U-turn and makes a right-hand turn into the Homestead Suites parking lot. So this is the suspect black Impala making the U-turn and then making a right-hand turn to go into the Homestead Suite parking lot. At this time, the Silver Cruise is still on the USF property across the street from the Homestead Suites. The suspect Impala enters the Homestead Suites parking lot, and then shortly, within a couple minutes, the Silver Cruise eats a red light southbound through the intersection, and then also makes a right-hand turn to go into Homestead Suites. So that was the chain of events. The Impala arrives first, and then within a couple minutes, the Silver Cruise arrives.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 14. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a disc containing the video footage from the Homestead Suites, Holiday Inn, and the Tesla?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what this camera is, sir?
This is on the east side of the Homestead Suites, so it's capturing 40th or McKinley there. So when the victim's vehicle and the suspect vehicle make a U-turn and they go southbound, they would come across, you see them there in the top left, and then they make a right-hand turn. So this one is actually of the suspect vehicle arriving, the black Impala. As it arrives, it makes a right-hand turn and goes north through the parking lot. The front door area is off to the top right, so they avoided that front door area. They drove the long way around. So this is another angle showing that side of the parking lot. It drives north through the parking lot and then makes a left towards the Holiday Inn, and then it has to go all the way around the Holiday Inn to get back onto the west side of the building. So there's the Impala driving around the two hotels. And then this is it arriving on the west side of Homestead Suites. So now it's on the opposite end. It drove the long way around because if you would have went straight, you would have passed the front door and where the victims are at. It makes a U-turn before breaking line of sight with the front door area, and then it stages here next to this white van for a couple minutes. At this point, there was some communication found in the cell phone records between Defendant Sean Gaithwright's phone and Alicia Andrews' phone, so we believe they were communicating with the Silver Cruise that ultimately darts across, eats a red light, and comes into the parking lot as well. This is a Silver Cruiser driving in. It does not go the long way around. It takes a direct approach and passes the front door. We saw it pass the victim's vehicle. It drives to where the suspect Impala is at, and ultimately, this is from the Tesla. So suspect Impala pulls in, and here's the Silver Cruise.
And the route the suspect, the black Impala, takes, it never comes into eyesight of where the victims are parked in front. Is that correct?
Correct. The Silver Cruise makes a U-turn, and then it's going to go out the same way it came in, so it passes the victim's car a second time. So this is the Silver Cruise headed back southbound on the west side, and it's going to This is that same, what we just saw from the Tesla cam, but played from this angle, and this was important because as the Silver Cruise is making a U-turn, what we can see in the top center there, in between the pillar and the top of the van, you see the tail lights and a black car backing into a space. This is the black Impala that's backing into a parking space, and this is how we know the 3 shooters came out of the black Impala.
The date and time of this video, is that accurate?
This one was approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds slow. And then the Silver Cruise leaves. This is its second time it passes the victim's vehicle. As we can see, the victim's Dodge Charger there near the front door under the overhang. Behind him is his girlfriend's Sonata, and then to the south is the... Now we see the 3 gunmen approaching from where the black Impala parked. This is their approach on foot as captured by the Tesla cam. 2 shooters in the front, 1 shooter in the back, a total of 3 shooters. This is the shooter in the back walking along the bank fence line there. Our 2 shooters come in line of sight and they begin engaging the victim's vehicle. This is the victim's vehicle getting struck by bullets, attempts to drive out of the line of fire. And there's 3 shooters, 1 rifle in the blue hoodie, the other rifle in the back by the yellow car, and then there was the 1 pistol. Now the shooters are working their way back to the Impala. This shooter, it was the last to shoot, still shooting in the direction of the victim's vehicle. The victim's vehicle fleeing north through the parking lot, and the shooters working their way back to the Impala, and our last shooter here.
Detective, you said that there were 31 9mm collected, correct?
Correct.
Those are, what kind of gun is that consistent with being fired from?
A handgun, a pistol.
Were there any sort of spent rifle casings that were found on site?
There were no rifle casings found at the scene.
You said that there were 3 gunmen depicted in these videos, is that correct?
Correct.
How many of them had a handgun?
1.
And that accounts for the 31 9mm casings?
Yes, so the gunman who had the handgun, when he shoots his handgun based off of the rate of the muzzle flashes and the impacts on the windshield, we were able to determine that that handgun was firing at a fully automatic rate, and the casings from that handgun, we were able to determine the general area where they landed based off where you can see the video they're showing, and all 31 casings were found in that general area from that 9mm handgun. And from the Tesla video, what we can see in from the 9mm handgun was an extended magazine that was protruding out of it, which would account for approximately 30 rounds plus 1 in the chamber. So we believe all 31 9mm casings found in that general area were ejected from 1 Glock 9mm handgun firing at a fully automatic rate, and further lab analysis confirmed that the 9mm casings were fired by a Generation 5 Glock pistol.
Now you see 2 other gunmen that have AR-style rifles, is that correct?
Correct.
Do those type of firearms, do they leave behind shell casings?
They should. So they have ejection ports that would eject the casings out. So as they're being fired, just like the handgun, they should eject the rifle casings unless they were modified with a device to catch those casings, which in this case we found evidence of that.
And during, you see numerous firing coming from those AR-style rifles in the videos, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you look at that entire area that was traversed by those 2 gunmen that were carrying the AR-style rifles?
Every square inch of that area was canvassed, and we did not find 1 casing.
That hotel, Home to Suites Holiday Inn, were there other guests there besides the victim and his entourage?
Yeah, at that time, through interview of some of the victims' vehicles, so there was people's cars that were struck that were unoccupied. We learned that there was a children's volleyball tournament in the area, and the hotel was at capacity, which is also a reason why the victim couldn't get a room. They were at full capacity. The parking lot was packed, and there was a ton of people there.
During the processing of the Holiday Inn and the Home to Suites, were there projectiles that were recovered from rooms that were occupied by guests?
Yes, so we actually recovered one projectile that went into a guest's room and hit a bed that they were sleeping on, yes.
Did that room contain a child as well as two parents?
Yes.
None of those were injured, is that correct?
No.
Were there other hotel rooms? Was there another guest room where there was a projectile found?
Yes.
Was that guest room also occupied?
Correct.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 15, 16, and 17.
And were there any forensic testing done of those projectiles that were recovered from the rooms?
So I submitted the ones from the rooms were just fragments that were of no comparison value. I submitted the ones from the car that were a little bit better of substance value.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
I'm going to show you 15, 16, and 17. Do you recognize this mapping as well as photos of a license plate report?
I do.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of license plate readers that were connected and associated with the two vehicles later identified, the silver Cruise as well as the black Impala?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time we introduce into evidence States 15, 16, and 17.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, how did you identify the owner of the silver Cruise and the black Chevy Impala?
So we started with the 9mm casings. Within a very short period of time, we received a NIBIN report that matched the 9mm casings found at the scene to 5 Jacksonville shootings from 2022. So that let us know in the investigation that our suspects likely came from Jacksonville. And knowing that our victim also came from Jacksonville, we conducted a very large license plate reader search that encompassed all the license plate readers within the state of Florida from Jacksonville to Tampa. And obviously having a description of the vehicles, the Silver Cruise and the Black Impala, we knew what kind of cars we were looking at as far as year, make, model. And we were able to find 2 vehicles that traveled from Jacksonville to Tampa in the relevant time period. And then back one of them went back to Jacksonville, one of them went towards Polk County after the murder. And the way we were able to positively identify these vehicles was the Silver Cruise had distinctive markings that were visible on some of the license plate photos along with the Tesla footage that made it unique. And then in some of the license plate reader hits, we found the vehicles were traveling in tandem at multiple locations, indicating they were traveling together.
And you're referring to the other vehicle, the black Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Correct.
Who does the silver Chevy Cruise belong to?
The Silver Chevy Cruise is registered to a young lady named Jasmine Glennon. She is the biological mother of a Rashad Murphy's nephew.
And the black Chevy Impala?
The black Chevy Impala is registered to a woman named Damali Lyle, the mother of Sean Gaithright.
Another co-defendant in this case?
Correct.
Tell us what's in State's Exhibit number 15.
Number 15, we have the Silver Impala hits. This is the first a handful of hits that we were able to find, starting with A going down to G. I'm sorry, the Silver Chevy Cruise. So this is the Silver Chevy Cruise. On the left are hits from Jacksonville to Tampa, and on the right is just one of those hits, a picture of one of them.
And A, it's up in Jacksonville, is that correct? And that's on June 21st?
Yes, so Friday night on the 21st, it starts in Jacksonville, and then on the 22nd, it makes its way towards Tampa, and then on the 23rd, it's if you look at letter E there, 6:23 at 3:42 hours, so this is approximately a little less than an hour before the murder. It's hitting at Hillsborough and 15th within the city of Tampa. And then ultimately at 6 later in the afternoon, it's working its way back towards Jacksonville.
After the homicide?
After the homicide, correct.
State Exhibit number 16.
This is the first handful of hits that we found for the suspect Impala. Same thing on 6/22 at approximately 17:05, so 5:05 p.m. It's leaving Jacksonville, and then at 6:23. At 6:22, we have it working its way toward down through Gainesville towards Tampa, and then after the murder on 6:23, we have it working its way northeast towards Polk.
And state exhibit number 17.
These were further hits that we found, so a little bit more of a comprehensive list of the ones we were able to confirm via photo and matching the plates. So the top ones there are the Cruise, and the bottom ones are the Impala. And then what I underlined in yellow there were simultaneous hits that indicated they were traveling in tandem. In total, I think we found 4. This one just highlights 3, but we were able to find 4 different license plate readers that they traveled through together around the same time.
And when you go to G and D, are those 2 where they're traveling in tandem in Tampa?
Yes, correct. So G for the Silver Cruise and D for the Impala are right around the same time, within less than 60 seconds. They're both hitting at Hillsborough and 15 for less than an hour before the murder.
And that's on June 23rd at 3:42 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there a bolo that was placed on both of those vehicles?
Yes. Once we positively identified these vehicles as being our vehicles, we put them in as felony wanted vehicles into FCIC and NCIC, which is the state and national database, and bolos were sent out, for people to be on the lookout to try to find them.
And were you alerted by the Polk County Sheriff's Office as to them locating the black Chevy Impala?
Correct.
When did that occur?
That occurred on 6/26 by roughly 11 a.m.
Okay. And who was in the vehicle?
The vehicle was being operated by the defendant, Sean Gaithwright's grandmother.
And you said that was on 6/26. That was a few days after the homicide had occurred?
Yes.
And was that in Polk County?
Correct.
Did she live on Auburndale Road in Polk County?
Correct.
And based on that information, did you or other members of the Tampa Police Department respond out to that location?
Correct.
Was there an interview that was conducted with Sean Gaithwright's grandmother?
Correct.
And based on that interview, did she relay to you how she received that car?
Yes, she did.
How did she receive it?
She told us that her grandson, defendant Sean Gaithwright, called her. She provided his phone number for us and told him that he was dropping off some friends in Tampa and that he needed to drop off the Impala at her house and exchange it for her Toyota 4Runner. She has a gold Toyota 4Runner that she's the primary driver of. And he told her that he needed the 4Runner because he had a pressure washing job that was coming up and he needed the cargo space to carry the pressure washer. And then she told us that he brought the Impala to the car. He took all his stuff out of the Impala and he put it into her 4Runner. And then he left in her 4Runner and he backed the Impala into her garage and closed it in her garage.
And when did her grandson, Sean Gaithwright, when did he bring that black Chevy Impala to her house in Auburndale in Polk County?
He brought it to her house on June 23rd in the afternoon, approximately 4 p.m. in that time frame.
And was there that Chevy Impala, was it seized and was there a search warrant obtained to search it?
Correct.
Was there also a video camera or security camera that was at his grandmother's house out there in Auburndale Drive in Polk County?
Yes, correct. While the detectives were on scene at the grandmother's house, they noted that there were video surveillance cameras. His grandmother provided consent, and those detectives recovered video footage from that hard drive themselves.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18. Are you familiar with this video? And did I ask you to view it, date, and initial it?
Correct.
And again, was the date and time stamp of that video, was it verified and confirmed by members of Tampa Police Department?
Correct.
And was that accurate?
Within seconds, yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 18.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, be admitted.
Sir, can you tell us what we're seeing in State's Exhibit number 18?
At 4:35 p.m. on June 23rd in the afternoon, Defendant Sean Gaithright is arriving, and he went to the front door. Within a short time period after his arrival, this is him clearing some of his stuff out of the Impala and taking it into the garage where his grandmother's Gold Runner was parked, according to her statement. What we see him here is he's talking on the phone and while simultaneously wiping the door handles with a white rag.
And this is after the homicide and the shootings have occurred in Tampa?
This is approximately 12 hours after the homicide, correct. And then this is him getting ready to leave. So at this point, he had already backed up the Impala into the garage. He's saying goodbye to his grandmother, and he's leaving in her Toyota 4Runner, golden color.
After you got this information, did you get the license plate and put out a bolo for that vehicle, the Toyota 4Runner?
Correct. So once we got this information, I called Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Detective Drabeck, and I informed him that that Defendant Sean Gaithright was likely back in Jacksonville, and he was traveling in his grandmother's 4Runner, and that we believe, there might be evidence linked to our case in it because we knew that he moved stuff from the Impala to the 4Runner, so they began searching for that car.
And his grandmother had said that there were bags that he was carrying. Is that correct?
Correct. She said that he had moved large bags from the Impala into the Gold Runner. When we asked her what she thought was in the bags, she said she didn't know, but that supposedly he also does photography and that he frequently carries large bags to carry his cameras.
At some point during the course of your investigation, were you alerted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that they had found the gold Toyota 4Runner?
Correct. I was notified by Detective Drabeck that they found the 4Runner in the gas station parking lot, and ultimately they conducted a traffic stop on it.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 19A through D. Was there a search that was conducted on that Toyota 4Runner?
Correct.
Who was driving it at the time when it was stopped?
Defendant Sean Gaithright.
Okay. And
who was driving it?
Defendant Sean Gaithright.
Thank you.
And when was it stopped in Jacksonville?
Later that same evening, so 6:26.
And were there items of relevance to your investigation that were recovered from that vehicle?
Yes, we found a lot of firearms, paraphernalia, and casings.
Okay. And does State's Exhibit 19A through D, does that accurately reflect evidence that was obtained from that Toyota 4Runner?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 19A through D.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you tell us each one of those, what is contained 19A? Let's start there.
Yeah, 19A is just an overall photo of Sean Gaithright's grandmother's 4Runner after the traffic stop when they began their search. And then B, we have a bag that has a bunch of loose rifle ammunition, and then also boxes of rifle ammunition. And then C, we have a bunch of attachments that would that you could place on a rifle and pistols. So like the towards the bottom right of C, you see the hand guards with the holes. Those would be the hand guards that would go on the rifle over the barrel. And then all the way to the right, you see a butt stock that would be attached to the back of a rifle to shoulder it. And then there's some holsters and some more ammunition. And then the most important piece of evidence that we found was 19D. It was a black cardboard box that contained approximately 9 spent rifle casings. Obviously, we didn't have rifle casings from our scene to compare it to, but these casings nibin back to a prior attempt on the victim, Charles Jones, aka Julio Foolio. So back in October 7th, 2023, Foolio was shot in the leg, and these casings match those.
And that's a case that occurred in Jacksonville that October of 2023, is that correct, where there was a prior attempted murder on the victim in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Have all of those shell casings, those rifle shell casings, have they been submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to perform confirmatory testing?
They have.
So right now it is just a NIBIN, which is said that it presumptively matches. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But is there, at this point, has there been any rifles, AR-styled rifles, that have been located during the course of your investigation?
Yeah, so following this traffic stop, a search warrant was obtained for Sean Gaithwright's house the following day, and ultimately 2 rifles with brass catchers, the attachment that you would attach to a rifle so it catches the casings as they're being expended. 2 rifles with brass catchers were recovered from a safe inside of his house.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 20. Is that a photograph of the contents of a safe that was in Sean Gaithwright's house?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 20.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what is specifically in State's Exhibit 20?
So this is a photograph of the safe inside of Defendant Sean Gaithwright's house, and in the photograph you can see 2 rifles with brass catchers. One of them has a brass catcher in view here. The brass catcher is that black nylon mesh material there off to the left hanging off of the rifle. That's the device that would catch the casings as they're expended. And inside of this safe, we also found 2 spent 9mm casings that did NIBIN match our scene.
The 9mm casings that were found at the homicide, as well as the attempted homicide of those 3 other individuals that occurred here in Tampa. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have those casings, the 9mm casings from this search warrant, Sean Gaithwright's house, been submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, they have, and that report is complete.
Okay. And was there a 9mm casing from our homicide scene here in Tampa? Was that submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Correct.
And was that testing completed? Has that been completed by the state?
Yes, that lab report has been completed, and they were identified as a match.
Was there a bolo that was also put out for the silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
And did at some point during the course of your investigation, were you alerted by authorities in Georgia that the silver Cruze had been found?
Correct. The Gwinnett County Police Department, just outside of northeast Atlanta, they called me to tell me they found the silver Cruze.
And when did that occur?
Early morning hours of 6/26.
And what were the circumstances of them coming into contact with the silver Chevy Cruze?
A license plate reader equipped on a tow truck picked up the tag and set off the bolo, so their computers are alerted that this wanted vehicle was in their area. They responded to the parking lot. It was a hotel parking lot. By the time they got there, the vehicle was gone, so they made contact with the clerk. The clerk told them that he knew the vehicle they were referencing and provided the ID of a woman who came out of that vehicle who rented a room there. And the clerk told the police there that the woman was still in the room, but she was traveling with a male in that car, and that male had left in the car by himself. So they parked across the street, waited for the male to come back. The male did come back, and as he was pulling into the parking lot, they took it down to seize that vehicle.
Okay. And was the woman later identified as Charmaine Steiger?
Correct.
How is she related, or how does she know Rashad Murphy, another co-defendant in this case?
So Rashad Murphy, she has 4 children in common with Rashad Murphy. They've been together for over 13 years.
And the individual who was driving in the silver Chevy Cruze, who was that individual?
He was identified as co-defendant Rashad Murphy.
And were you alerted by law enforcement, or did law enforcement officers relate to you the circumstances of how he was taken into custody and when that occurred?
Yes, they moved in to try to seize the vehicle, and when they activated their lights, Mr. Murphy jumped out of the driver's seat and ignored their commands and began running, and he had to be chased and physically subdued into custody.
Okay. And on what day did that occur?
6/26.
6/26, so a few days after the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a search warrant that was conducted on that silver Chevy Cruze?
Correct.
Were there contents that were found in the vehicle?
There was an iPhone with a pink case found in that vehicle.
I'm going to show you states 21A through C. Do you recognize these photographs?
I do.
And are these photographs fair and accurate photographs of Rashad Murphy as well as the silver Chevy Cruze and some contents that were found within that vehicle?
Correct.
And at this time, we introduce into evidence states 21A through C.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what 21A is, sir?
Yeah, 21A is co-defendant Rashad Murphy. He's in the back seat of a Gwinnett County Police Department officer's car after he was taken into custody. He's wearing light blue jeans that have horizontal strips on both legs from mid-thigh down to the ankles, and a black Jacksonville Jaguars polo or jacket there, or some kind of shirt. And then 21B is a picture of the damage on the suspect silver Cruze that we were able to match to the footage from the Tesla at the homicide scene, and we were also able to match to license plate reader photos that showed that angle of the car. And then 21C was a photograph of Charmaine Steiger's ID that she had accidentally left with the front clerk. So when the front clerk was apprising the police department of the situation with that vehicle, they handed that license to the officer.
There was a iPhone that was found in the vehicle, the same vehicle that Rashad Murphy was in. Is that correct?
Correct. As he was pulling into the parking lot in the vehicle, there was a pink iPhone, or an iPhone with a pink case that was attached to a mount in his center dash area that was open with GPS directions back to the hotel.
Okay. Was there also an interview that was conducted with Charmaine Steiger as to who that phone belongs to?
Correct. She was interviewed, and she related that phone is her phone. However, that Rashad Murphy doesn't have his own phone, and that they share that phone in common, and then he has been known to leave and use the phone on his own, as they basically co-own it and co-share it, which was obviously verified by the fact that Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, was driving around and coming back to the hotel, and he was using that phone for GPS.
Was there additional license plate readers that were obtained of the silver Chevy Cruze from the Georgia authorities?
Yes. Prior to its capture, the silver Cruze hit in Georgia numerous times on their license plate readers, and their detectives shared those hits with me.
Okay, and is that what is compiled in State's Exhibit number 22?
A couple of them, yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 22.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, be admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what is depicted in State's Exhibit 22?
So to the left, top left here, we have Defendant Rashad Murphy's booking photograph from Gwinnett County. Below that, what we detailed there was that there was an extensive search done of the silver Cruze license plate as it hit readers in Georgia, and on 2 occasions we found that the silver Cruze was traveling in tandem with a 2014 black Chrysler 300. And that Chrysler 300 was registered to Noah Williams, who goes by the rapper named Spinna Benz. He and another rapper released a song after Foolio's dead that was titled Foolio Dead.
And Spinna Benz, he's a known gang member of 1200, is that correct?
Yes, he's documented as having associations or membership. I can't remember which one, associate or member, but he has some documentation with the 1200 Street gang out of Jacksonville.
That shared cell phone belonging to Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger, was there a search warrant that was done to search that phone?
Yes, there was.
And was there a download that was done, and did you go through the contents of that shared phone of Rashad Murphy and Charmaine Steiger?
Yes, the phone was physically damaged, so the traditional download did not work. A detective had to manually review what we could recover from it, and that manual review was done, and we extracted what was relevant to our investigation.
I'm going to ask you to look at 23A through G. Can you take a look? Are those images that were recovered from the download of Ms. Steiger's phone and the shared phone also of Rashad Murphy.
Correct.
At this time, we'd introduce into evidence 23A through F.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us what's 23A?
Yes, so this is a photo that was taken with Charmaine and Rashad's phone on June 18th at approximately 1:29 p.m. And in this photo, what we can see is someone is holding the driver's license that belongs to Defendant Davion Murphy. And in the background, we see, I think, a Volkswagen logo on a steering wheel. So that was relevant because it was this first time that we saw Davion's Murphy's name connected to this case.
23B.
On June 19th, so a day after that photo of Davion Murphy's license was taken, this is a screenshot of a social media post depicting a homicide scene in Jacksonville while ATK's Young and Ace's song is playing in the background.
23C.
This is a picture taken on June 20th at approximately 11:02 p.m. So this is just approximately 2.5 days before the murder. We see a picture of two rifles, one in whole view and then one off to the left, the pistol grip, the magazine, and the buffer tube.
23D and E, and then what's already in evidence as well, 14A. Is that a still photo of the video?
So this is, yes, so 14A off to the right there, that's a still photograph taken from the Tesla camera from the homicide scene. And then 23D is a photograph that was taken on June 22nd before the murder, and it depicts the legs of an individual wearing black pants and the black military-styled boots. And on the floor, we see a black trash bag, or shopping bag that contains some cartons of 305 cigarettes, a Straight Talk TLC Ion, what we would call a burner phone, and a charger. And what we were able to determine from this photo is that the legs or the boots had a very similar appearance to the ones of the pistol shooter at the scene.
Okay, and 14A, that's from State's Exhibit 14, the video from the homicide scene in Tampa, is that correct?
Yes, that specific shot is from the Tesla that was parked at the Homestead Suites at the time of the homicide.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn or ascertain where the suspects stayed while they were in Tampa?
Yeah, so from this phone extract, we saw a screenshot that was from the Airbnb app confirming that Rashad Murphy had rented an Airbnb in Tampa. We were able to identify that Airbnb. The Airbnb was rented through the period of June 22nd to June 24th, and we located the Airbnb and were able to obtain Ring camera footage from the front door of that Airbnb.
Okay. Did you conduct an interview with the Airbnb owner?
Correct.
Was there you said that there was a Ring camera at the front door, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there more than one way to enter that Airbnb?
Yeah, so that Airbnb has two ways in, the front door and the back door. The back door is just a double glass sliding door that locks from the inside. The owner told me that in between every rental, a cleaner comes in and cleans the house, and that ensures the back door is locked. So the primary way in for a renter is through the front door.
Okay. But the back door is not covered with a camera, is that correct?
The back door does not have a camera on it.
And we got to the the Airbnb based on the download of Charmaine Steiger's phone, is that correct?
Yes, there was a screenshot of an Airbnb confirmation message, and ultimately a subpoena was issued to Airbnb, and they did confirm that rental here in Tampa during the time period, and that it was rented under Rashad Murphy's name. The message requested that the renter provide a photograph of his driver's license as required by the HOA rules, and this same phone we extracted a photograph taken almost immediately after that message was sent of Rashad Murphy's ID.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24. Did you obtain the video footage from the Airbnb Ring camera for the front door of the Airbnb?
I did.
What were the dates that the Airbnb was booked for Tampa using Rashad Murphy's ID?
6/22 to 6/24.
And the video, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit number 24, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video footage obtained from the Airbnb in Tampa?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 24.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
What is the address of the Airbnb in Tampa?
You put me on the spot here. 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane, but I'm not 100% about that. It's Gazebo Pond Lane, 3700 Rock.
Located here in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Approximately how far is this Airbnb from Teasers and Truth 18 and USF?
Bird's eye view, it's 1.3 miles approximately.
Sorry, I guess I didn't show you. Did I show you 23?
You didn't show it to me, but I talked about it.
Testified. This is the Airbnb message, is that correct, where he utilized his ID to book it? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
State Exhibit 24. It shows, what's the date and time stamp on this?
So this timestamp was verified to be accurate. It is 6/22 Saturday, so before the murder, at 7:55 p.m.
And do you recognize the person in this, the timestamp 6/22/2024 of 1953 hours?
Yes, this is Defendant Alicia Andrews. So when they arrived on 6/22, only Defendant Alicia Andrews came to the front door and goes in through the front door, and there are no other activations of the Ring camera till the following day at 2:09 p.m. We see Defendant Isaiah Chance come out. So this is now the following day, and there's numerous activations as they're getting ready to leave on June 23rd around 3 p.m. This is Isaiah Chance. We identified that vehicle that he's talking to as an Uber. Ultimately, we were able to determine the defendants Isaiah Chance, Alicia Andrews, and Rashad Murphy traveled from Tampa. That's Davion Murphy there. From Tampa to Jacksonville via an Uber. That's Davion Murphy coming in through the front door. Sean Gaithright walking out the front door. Isaiah Chance at the front door.
Sir, I put State's Exhibit 24 through 28. Are those all still photos that were taken from that Airbnb video?
Correct.
As well as photographs of the suspects in this case?
Correct. You'll have to forgive me. I knocked these loose.
Oh, that's okay. Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 25 through 28.
Any objection?
Is 28, excuse me, is 27 alleged to be Davion Murphy?
Allegedly, these are still photos from the front Ring camera. Are you objecting or not?
Is that who he's going to identify?
Yes.
All right, no objection.
Okay, admitted.
Can you tell us 25, what State's Exhibit 25 is?
Exhibit 25 is a photograph from the Ring footage of the Airbnb in Tampa of Defendant Alicia Andrews as compared to her DHSMV photograph.
Okay. And this is the only photograph that's captured on that Ring video footage that occurs prior to the murder on the 23rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you review all of the Ring video footage from that camera?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 26.
This is on the left a still photograph from the Ring footage as compared to a booking photograph from Jacksonville of Defendant Isaiah Chance.
State Exhibit 27.
This is a still photograph from the Ring footage on the left as compared to the DHSMV photograph of Davion Murphy.
State Exhibit 28.
Still photograph of the Ring footage from the Airbnb Tampa as compared to a booking photograph of Defendant Sean Gaithright.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29. Did you also, during the course of your investigation, obtain the Cash App records of Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
And are they, what's reflected in States Exhibit 29, is that what you received back from Cash App after you served it with a subpoena?
Correct.
And at this time, we introduce into evidence States Exhibit 29.
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what's in States Exhibit 29?
Yes, so these are the Cash App records of Defendant Isaiah Chance's Cash App account, which is titled with the name Mr. Rich Off War. And what we learned from this, these documents were that on 6/22 at 1:45 a.m., so this is the Saturday before the murder, it's actually before they leave Jacksonville to come to Tampa, Mr. Rich Off War receives a transfer amount from the account of J. Breezy. J. Breezy is the rapper name of a gentleman whose real name is Jacory Rivers. He's one of the prominent 1200 gang rappers who also released a song after Foolio's death, mocking his death. Mr. Jacory Rivers, J. Breezy, sends Isaiah Chance $390, and then within minutes of the booking, we see that the charge was made for the Airbnb around that amount, $361.16. We see a charge there at the bottom from Airbnb. So although the Airbnb and we sent the subpoena to Airbnb, they confirmed that it was this card that paid for it, the ones the defendant stayed at. So what we were able to determine is although Rashad Murphy booked the Airbnb that the defendant stayed at under his name and his Airbnb account, it was paid for by the Cash App card belonging to defendant Isaiah Chance, and that was provided funds by 1200 rapper Jacory Rivers.
Now, when going back to that Airbnb video, you said that you noticed that some of them were actually picked up by an Uber. Is that correct?
Correct. So what we learned from the videos and the investigation were that the 5 defendants arrived to Tampa in the 2 suspect vehicles. However, they did not leave the same way. 3 of the defendants, Isaiah, Rashad, and Alicia, left in an Uber from the Airbnb in Tampa back to Jacksonville. Defendant Sean Gaithright left in his Impala to his grandmother's house, as we've already covered, and that left only Davion to drive the Silver Cruise back. And I was able to find evidence that Davion, in fact, drove the Silver Cruise back to Jacksonville.
All right, on that note, before we move on to that, let's go ahead and take just a quick 8-minute comfort break, okay? So you don't have to stay on the witness stand. You can or cannot, if whatever you want to do. But since you've not yet been cross-examined, don't talk to anybody about anything related to the case, specifically the prosecutors.
Yes,
okay?
Your Honor.
All right, we'll be back at 4:15. All right.
4:10 recess. Them
that were
All right, let's pick back up again. I think we just finished talking about the Cash App account of Mr. Chance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Detective, I think I had asked you about the Uber. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you able to interview the person from Uber? Could you identify and interview the person who gave the Uber ride for the individuals that were picked up at the Airbnb in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024?
Yeah, correct. We were able to identify the Uber and the Uber driver who drove them back to Jacksonville.
And where were they driven to?
They were driven to 13751 Victoria Lakes Drive, which is Defendant Sean Gaithright's address.
Okay. And is there a Vivint security camera that is located at that address?
Yes, while detectives were at Sean Gaithright's house effecting the search warrant, they saw that there were Vivint security cameras, so I wrote a search warrant to Vivint, and they shared with me footage from that camera. of those cameras.
And specifically, did you look for footage that had occurred when the Uber driver would have dropped them off at that location?
Correct.
And did you interview the Uber driver?
I did.
And what did the Uber driver tell you?
The Uber driver told me that he picked up 3 people from the Airbnb Gazebo Pond Lane address in Tampa, and 2 males, 1 female. The male and a female that appeared to be a couple who were Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews sat in the back seat, and then the second male sat in the front seat, Rashad Murphy, and that he dropped those same 3 people off at the Jacksonville address.
And when you got the video footage from the Sean Gathrate's residence in Jacksonville, did you also look for video footage that had occurred prior to them leaving for Tampa on June 22nd of 2024?
Correct.
I'm going to show you with some marked for identification 2 videos, States Exhibit 30 and States Exhibit 31. Did I ask you to review both of those videos?
Yes, you did.
And are they fair and accurate videos that were recovered from that search warrant on Sean Gathrate's house on Victoria Lakes in Jacksonville, Florida?
Correct.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the video footage, one from June 23rd of 2024 when the Uber driver was taking and dropping off his passengers, and June 22nd of 2024 where there was video footage captured of both Isaiah Chance and Sean Gathrate loading up a car?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit 30 and 31.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
Be
Honor.
admitted.
And I'm also going to show you States Exhibit 30A. Is that a still photo that was taken from the video footage, States Exhibit 30, the Sean Gathrate security Vivint video camera?
Correct.
We'd also introduce into evidence States Exhibit 30A.
Any objection?
Can I see that?
Yes.
This is Rashad. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Both of those are Rashad.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, can you tell us what States Exhibit 30?
This is the video of the Uber driver dropping off Rashad, Isaiah, and Alicia in Sean Gathrate's driveway here.
And what is the time that this is occurring?
This is on June 23rd, approximately 6:30 p.m. The Uber driver is there at the back of the vehicle helping unload bags. Rashad is walking towards Isaiah's BMW. So they're transferring bags from the Uber to Isaiah's BMW.
And States Exhibit 30A?
30A is a still photograph from Sean Gathrate's house as he's being dropped off by the Uber driver. Is a photo of Rashad Murphy wearing jeans similar and consistent to the ones he was seen wearing when he was captured on June 26, a few days later, by the Gwinnett County Police Department.
And 21A that we already introduced, that's a photo of him in Gwinnett County. Is that when he was apprehended?
Correct.
State Exhibit 31?
This is before the murder on Saturday afternoon. Sean Gathrate walking out of his front door and Isaiah Chance walking out of his front door with bags, and they're headed to the driveway where the suspect Black Impala is, and they're loading these bags into the Black Impala.
And this occurred on June 22nd of 2024?
June 22nd, yes, the early afternoon.
I'm going to ask you about the cell phones. Were there cell phones that were obtained during the course of this investigation?
Yes, so I was able to identify phone numbers for 4 out of the 5 dependents, and I was able to obtain search warrants for cell site GPS timing advance data for all 4 of those devices.
Okay. Did Alicia Andrews, I think you may have already testified, she had a cell phone, is that correct?
Yes, she had a cell phone, yes.
And that is depicted in the video that she can be seen, and as well as Isaiah Chance?
Correct. The video at teasers where Isaiah Chance is using her phone and by her own statement admitted that was her phone and that she allowed Isaiah to use it.
And did Isaiah Chance have his own phone?
He had his own phone, however, he did not appear to use it during the commission of the offense.
Okay. What about Sean Gathright? Did Sean Gathright have a phone?
Sean Gathright had a phone, and it was heavily used during the offense.
And was there search warrants that were obtained to search all of those phones?
Yes.
And were there also search warrants for the Instagram accounts associated with Alicia Andrews and Sean Gathright?
Yeah, just to be clear, the phones for the 4, they were never physically recovered. I obtained search warrants for the iCloud dump, so they were all Apple iPhones. So Apple provided me whatever data was stored in the cloud off of those phones. And then I also identified Instagram accounts for Alicia Andrews, Isaiah Chance, and Sean Gathright, and Rashad Murphy, and I obtained search warrants for the contents of those Instagram accounts for a certain time period relevant to the offense.
And when we're talking about Alicia Andrews' phone, was there cell site information or cell site location data that was obtained for her phone?
Yes.
And what does the cell site location data for her phone show us?
The location data shows that her device left the Jacksonville area on Saturday the 22nd around 5 p.m., traveled towards Tampa. It arrived at the Airbnb location in the vicinity of around 8 p.m., as we can see in the footage, in conjunction. And then her device actually shows in the vicinity of all the relevant locations. It shows in the vicinity of teasers at the same time that we see the suspects on video there. It shows in the vicinity of Truth 18 at the same time that we see the suspect videos, and it shows in the vicinity of the homicide scene at the same time we see the suspects there. And then the phone also tracks back to the Airbnb after the murder, and then it tracks all the way back to Jacksonville at the relevant times that we see on camera.
And what about Sean Gathright?
Sean Gathrights were very similar data, yes.
Were there cell phone tower hits for Sean Gathright, not only in Tampa, but also in his grandmother's house when he was dropping off the Chevy Impala? Correct.
Everywhere where we had video footage of Sean Gathwright's car or his body, his phone tracked to that vicinity at the same time.
Which would include the Airbnb in Tampa?
The Airbnb in Tampa, the clubs, the homicide scene, his grandma's house, his own house when he was loading bags into the driveway, yes.
And what about Isaiah Chance?
Isaiah Chance, we got timing advance for his phone, and same thing, it tracks from Jacksonville to Tampa at the relevant times. The thing with Isaiah is he didn't use it much during the commission of the crime, so it's not as accurate as Alicia and Sean's.
Was there communication between Alicia Andrews' cell phone and Sean Gathwright's cell phone during the time period where the silver Chevy Cruze and the black Chevy Impala are tracking the victim and his friend's vehicles?
Yes, we found several lines of communication on the call detail records provided by T-Mobile that showed some attempts at communication while they were at teasers, and then we also in the iCloud dump, so iMessages wouldn't show up in the T-Mobile CDRs, but they would show up in the iCloud dump if they had backed up their phones. One of them had backed up their phones, and we were able to find some messages with content from Alicia Andrews' phone and Sean Gathwright's phone, specifically at the time that they're getting ready to move in on the homicide scene.
I'm going to show you states 32, 33, and 34A. Are those exhibits from Alicia Andrews' Instagram account, as well as from her messaging and Sean Gathwright's phone texts?
Yes, correct. 32 is from Alicia's Instagram, 33 is from Alicia's iCloud phone dump, and then 34 is from Sean's iCloud phone dump.
Your Honor, at this time we introduce into evidence 32, 33, and 34A through B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Can you tell us what states Exhibit 32?
So this was obtained via search warrant on Alicia Andrews' Instagram account, and it is communication from Alicia Andrews' Instagram that goes by the vanity name Ooh That's Red. She's communicating with a vanity name of Kiera Marie on Friday night. So this is Friday before the murder, and she says, "Hey, could I book an Airbnb in Tampa?" The person responds, "What dates do you need?" She says tomorrow, so referencing Saturday the 22nd. The person responds, "How many bedrooms?" And she responds, "Like 2." So what we were able to determine from this is that Alicia Andrews attempted to book the Airbnb that the defendants would stay at via a third party. Ultimately, we know that failed because Rashad booked it.
States Exhibit 33.
This is from Alicia Andrews' iCloud dump. This is the first line there is her phone is sharing its location with Sean Gaithwright's phone. And that's time-stamped at 6 a.m. UTC, which at the time was 4 hours behind, so this would have been at 2 a.m. Basically as they're headed towards Teasers. And then at 6:31 would have been around 2:31, which would have been around the time that the victim went into Teasers. It says pick up the phone, I guess. And then that's twice. So those actually correspond with 2 lines on the call detail records that appear to be phone call attempts. So what we believe is Isaiah Chance tried to call Sean Gaithwright's phone with Alicia's phone. The calls were registered on the CDR. They didn't pick up, and then he text messages through iMessage, pick up the phone.
So just to be clear, when Alicia Andrews is sharing her location, this is the time period while she and Isaiah Chance have her phone and are in that silver Chevy Cruze on June 23rd of 2024, tracking the victim's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they are communicating with Sean Gaithwright's phone.
Correct.
States Exhibit 34A.
This is from Sean Gaithwright's iCloud dump. What we see here is before they start the hunt at approximately 2 a.m. on the 23rd. So this is roughly starting at 11 p.m. on the 22nd, going all the way to around 2:36 a.m. Or I'm sorry, 1:36 a.m. So an hour before they first lay eyes on the victim. And what this is defendant Sean Gaithwright's phone is communicating with the phone of a female named Kyla. She was identified as a female friend of Sean Gaithwright, and Sean Gaithwright tells her, "I need you to text Fat Boy." She says, "About what?" Sean Gaithwright's phone says, "I need you to text Fat Boy and tell him you're trying to pull up, trying to see him tonight." So he's trying to get this female to text a male by the street name of Fat Boy and tell him that she wants to see him. And then she responds, Sean tells her he's in Tampa. This is actually, I think this is a video. Is this a video?
Yep.
Does this play? Because it scrolls down.
Sorry.
Maybe it's not. Yeah, either way, Sean tells Kyla, text Fat Boy, he's in Tampa with 6. 6 is what we know is another derivative name for Foolio. And Kyla was not in Tampa, she was in Orlando at the time, and Sean was attempting to use this Kyla girl to solicit the Airbnb address. Sean tells Kyla, Fat Boy is at a pool party with 6, get the address from him. So we believe that the defendants were attempting to figure out where Foolio was when he was at the pool party. Ultimately, we know they failed at that attempt because she'd never sent them the address, and then they end up finding him at Teasers anyways.
States Exhibit 34B.
Yeah, so this is after the murder. This is on 6/24, approximately 10:39 p.m. or 4 hours minus 1:30. So this is late in the evening on Sunday. Sean Gaithwright's phone had tracked first to his grandmother's house where he dropped the Impala. After he left his grandmother's house, his device tracked to Orlando. This is at a nightclub called Parlay, I think it is, in Orlando. and it is a photograph of apparently taken from Sean Gaithway's phone, uploaded to his iCloud, of bottle service at the club. And what was distinctive about this picture is it depicts the bottle of Don Julio. Appeared to be a celebration after the murder.
Okay. Was there, when you were investigating Rashad Murphy, did you also obtain a Walmart video that occurred on June 22nd of 2024?
Yeah, so we were able to get timing advance GPS data for Charmaine and Rashad's phone, and we know that that phone didn't travel to Tampa with Rashad. It stayed with Charmaine in Jacksonville. But before Rashad left Jacksonville on Friday night, he went to a Walmart by himself with the phone, and he was driving the Silver Cruise, and we got footage from that Walmart.
I'm going to show you 35A through F, a composite exhibit. Does that contain video footage, still photos from the Walmart video, as well as still photos from our homicide scene?
Correct.
Your Honor, this time we'd introduce into evidence states 35A through F.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Can you tell us what's 35A and B?
35A and B are Defendant Rashad Murphy. He's at the Walmart self-checkout area. And then 35E is just his DHS&B photograph underneath those two photos.
And that's the 35A and B, that's the 6/22 of 2024 before coming down to Tampa, is that correct?
I believe it might have been late 6/21 or early 6/22, yes, before coming down to Tampa.
And then why is it being compared to the still photos 35C and 35D and 35F from our homicide scene?
So those are still photographs, so that it's an actual video that plays, and as you can see him walking, what you can distinctively make out on the Walmart footage is that there's a left rip in his left knee, that as he bends the knee, it exposes skin, both on the Walmart footage and at the homicide scene footage off of the Tesla. So we were able to determine that the pants, the belt, the boots, and the hoodie, they all are very similar to the clothing worn by the pistol shooter at our homicide scene.
Okay. And there was only one pistol shooter, is that correct?
Correct.
The other two, they also had their faces covered, is that correct, in the video footage from Tampa?
Correct.
But both of them had long AR-style rifles, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you get a search warrant for the self-site information for Davian Murphy from the defendant's phone?
Yes, from the call detail records of Charmaine's phone, we were able to identify a phone number for Davion that was registered to Davion, owned by Davion. We wrote a search warrant for that timing advance and got the GPS data for that phone as well.
And did you, what did you do with that data?
So T-Mobile sends the data in a raw format, an Excel sheet, and then we load that into a viewer called CellHawk, and that viewer is going to put that data on a map to show you where the device is in the vicinity of at the time of the data.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 36. Do you recognize the CD?
Yes.
And is this a CD that contains the cell phone mapping of the defendant Davian Murphy's cell phone?
Correct.
And at this time, we'd introduce into evidence States Exhibit number 36.
Any objection?
Good, but may I have a moment here? May I have order very quickly on that?
Very quickly.
Thank you. Detective, on the cell phone data, the site data, did you have any problems locating any cell site data on a phone that you allege to be that of Davion Murphy?
Correct, yes. There was, so the way timing advance works is the cell phone carrier, T-Mobile, is going to provide data for the GPS cell sites that the cell phone is interacting with. And you request a time period from this time period to this time period, and they're going to give you all of that data. It's with Davion specific data, there was a 12-hour block missing in the timing.
When was that 12-hour block? Do you recall? Was it during the time that allegedly this offense occurred?
Yeah, conveniently for him, it was during the offense. Yes, it was. I believe late Saturday afternoon to early hour morning of Sunday. There was a 12-hour block missing.
And which is within that 12-hour block is when
the victim was murdered.
June 23rd of 2024 at around 4 o'clock in the morning. Correct.
Correct. However, just so we're clear, I get two pieces of data back: timing advance, which has every interaction, and then the call detail records, which show specifically when calls and texts are made. Both of them include cell site data. The call detail records still had the cell site data within that 12-hour period of when his phone made calls or texts that placed it in Tampa, even though we were missing the timing advance.
Okay, any further questions on voir dire just as to the admissibility?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the introduction of the records as he's indicated they are skewed or inaccurate.
Okay, overrule the objection. They'll be admitted.
Can you tell us, State Exhibit 36, what time frame is being inputted?
Yes, so we're starting this video here at approximately 3 p.m. on Saturday the 22nd, and what we can see is Davion's phone is interacting with cell towers on the east side of Jacksonville. By 5 p.m., the device goes mobile and starts working its way south towards Tampa.
And when the time in white pops up, that's when it's hitting, is that correct?
Correct. As you see those popping up, it changes color when it goes off of a different area. So we see some brown, some white. It's going south through Ocala at approximately 6:30.
We're at June 22nd, is that correct?
Yes, Saturday, June 22nd, 7 p.m. It's arriving just near Wesley Chapel, 7:30. And then by 8 p.m., when we see Alicia Andrews on the camera, it's hitting off right at the Airbnb. So this is 8 p.m. A couple hours after arrival, the phone travels over to the area of the teasers around 10 p.m. and then goes back to the Airbnb.
And that is all prior to the murder and the tracking of the victim, is that correct?
Correct. And then around 1:40 a.m. it travels to an area of a McDonald's and then back to the Airbnb, and then it goes dark for the remainder until after the murder. And then this is at approximately 5:30 a.m., so an hour after the murder, it's back at the Airbnb. And then it's there pretty much all day up to the point where we see the defendants getting ready to leave at approximately 3 p.m. on the 23rd. And then this is the device traveling back to Jacksonville. By 6 p.m. it's nearing Jacksonville. 6:30 it's right outside of Jacksonville, and right around 6:45 p.m. it's back in Jacksonville.
Did you obtain video surveillance from that McDonald's that was located in Fletcher in Tampa?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37. Is that video footage that was obtained from that McDonald's?
Correct.
And that occurred prior to the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
Here, this time we introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 37.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Detective, where's this location of the McDonald's and what time are we looking at?
This is at approximately 1:40 a.m. on 6/23rd, so this is less than an hour before they find the victim at Teasers. This is a McDonald's that's within a mile or two from the Airbnb that they're staying at, and what we see here is the suspect Silver Cruz arriving in the McDonald's drive-thru. Defendant Alicia Andrews is in the front right passenger seat, and she identified herself from this video and told us that Isaiah was in the back seat, and we suspect Davion was driving.
And did her phone track here as well?
Her phone tracked here, and Davion's phone tracked here. This is just the vehicle placing an order, driving through the drive-thru.
continues the claim issue, State's Exhibit 38. Is there a still photo from the defendant while he's at the drive-through?
Yes, there's a still photograph through the drive-through window.
And does you also capture his phone at that location at that same time?
Correct.
And at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 38.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Can't be admitted.
Can you tell us what's 38?
Yes, 38 is Davion's phone is on the right. So this is a cell site interaction in the vicinity of the McDonald's at the same time that he's seen on camera in the driver's seat of the suspect silver cruise at the McDonald's.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 39. Did you also take a still photo when he was at the Airbnb and do a mapping of where his cell phone was at?
Correct.
Your Honor, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 39.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, be admitted.
Can you tell us what's in State's Exhibit 39, sir?
Yeah, to the left is a still photograph of Defendant Davion Murphy at the Airbnb at approximately 3:01 p.m. On 6/23 as they're getting ready to leave the Airbnb, and to the right is his cell phone interacting with the towers in the vicinity of that same Airbnb around the same time.
And State's Exhibit number 40, was there a license plate reader for that silver Chevy Cruze traveling back to Jacksonville on June 23rd of 2024, as well as coordinating to where his cell phone was?
Correct.
At this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 40.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, be admitted.
Detective, tell us what's in State's Exhibit 40.
Yes, so here we have on the left we have a license plate reader hit of the suspect silver cruise on its way back to Jacksonville. The hit is at 6:02 p.m. on June 23rd. Around that same time, Davion's phone is interacting with the towers in the location of that, in the vicinity of that license plate reader.
I'm going to show you 41, 42, 43. Did you take still photos from the homicide scene of each of the gunmen that were at that location?
Correct.
And is photos or exhibits 41, 42, and 43 still photos that were collected from those videos?
Correct.
And does it also contain known photographs of Sean Gaithright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy?
Correct.
And at this time, we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 41, 42, and 43.
Any objection?
Your Honor, obviously, we're going to object to the introduction of photo 43, identifying him as the shooter in the video.
Judge, it's not an identification. We're just showing consistency in appearance.
Okay, overrule the objection, be admitted.
Sir, can you tell us what is a photo, what's in 41?
Yeah, so this is a photo of Defendant Sean Gaithright's booking photograph compared to a photo of one of the riflemen. There was obviously three shooters, and we had to, use investigative means to try to determine, who played what role based off of similar appearances. What we can see in this photo is there's a break in the mask of the eye line, and there's also a break in the wrist area between the glove and the sleeve. And what we can tell is that this shooter had a lighter skin. We can also tell that he's thinner in nature. So this a general physical description of this shooter most closely resembled Sean Gaithright.
Okay. And did his phone device place him at the scene when this video is being captured?
It does.
State's Exhibit 42.
This is a DHS&B photograph of Defendant Rashad Murphy. Again, there was a lot of similarities with the clothing that Rashad Murphy was seen wearing at the Walmart before the shooting. That was very consistent. His physical build and height was also consistent. And the big thing here is we can see in this photo that the pistol shooter is wielding his gun with the left hand. If you analyze all the video, he carries and shoots that gun with his left hand the entire time. And we have some documented proof that Rashad Murphy is primarily left-handed.
State's Exhibit 43.
That left the third shooter. The third shooter was a little bit larger than the other two. So based off of physical height and weight appearances, we believe that this shooter was Davion Murphy.
Okay. And is that also based on his type of body description?
Correct.
Compared to the other two? Was his phone at that McDonald's in Tampa prior to this homicide occurring?
Correct.
And was he also identified at the Airbnb with the other suspects after the homicide occurred?
Correct.
When was the arrest warrant issued for this defendant?
On the July 27th.
And when the arrest warrant was issued, when was that communicated to the U.S. Marshals Task Force and to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that arrest warrants were issued for this particular defendant?
Almost immediately.
When were the other three suspects arrested?
Within hours of the arrest warrants being issued.
And was law enforcement actively seeking for the other two defendants, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, during that same time period?
Correct. They found Rashad, I think, a few days later.
You may have one moment?
Yes.
And at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Since we've got State's Exhibit number 43 on the monitor out there, I'd like you, if you would, may I allow the detective to go out and point to the photograph?
Yeah, he can stand up and point.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, if you would, I'm going to ask you, in the lower left-hand corner, apparently there's a photograph there, correct? Or a still photo from the surveillance video?
Yeah, this is from the Tesla, one of the cameras that points.
It's from the Tesla.
On the fence line. So what you see here is head, there's an orange mask, and body, legs, rifle, okay? This is a part of a video. So remember, we played the video earlier?
Correct.
Yes.
And what is it that you can identify in that still photograph?
In the still photograph, again, it's the...
Can you tell me the height of that individual?
Approximations, nothing within a couple inches.
You're guessing?
Off of the fence line. I compared, so what I personally did is I walked that fence line, and you see where these signs are at, and I stood next to them, and we're taking an approximation. Yes.
Okay, so you're guessing?
Okay.
Based off of comparison.
And how much did that individual weigh?
In this photo?
Correct.
I can't tell how much he weighs.
All right. And can you tell anything about his complexion and the color of his
Can
skin?
he sit back down?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sure.
Can you tell anything about the complexion?
Again, this is a part of a video. I don't know if you watched the video earlier, but in the video, if you watch it and zoom in on it, you can get a lot more detail on this gentleman, and there is breaks in the mask and in his clothing that show a darker skin complexion and also show his larger frame as compared to the other two shooters.
Okay. All right, and you're alleging that based on that video that's the Tesla video we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And this photograph, are you alleging within any degree of certainty that the individual in those photographs is in fact Devon Rashad?
So again, in the totality of the investigation, there's 5 defendants. We know there's 3 shooters, and then there's 2 people in the surveillance team. By one of their own admissions, we identified the 2 people in the surveillance team as Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance. That leaves the 3 shooters in Sean Gaithwright's car. And so it's Sean Gaithwright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. And again, from analyzing the video footage as in compared to what the other evidence, it is our opinion that this shooter is Davion Murphy.
Okay. Could it be a 6th person?
No.
Could not be a 6th person?
Based off of again, I got video from the Airbnb, I got video at the restaurant, I got video at their houses, I got their cell phone data, I got all their communication. There is no evidence that there was ever a 6th person.
All right, let's do this. Let's go to the Teasers Lounge, correct? Or the
yes.
Club.
Yeah, the Gentleman's Club.
A lot of surveillance video there, correct?
Correct.
Any surveillance video at Teasers identifying Davion Murphy?
No.
All right, let's go to the other lounge, the Truth 18. A lot of surveillance video there that you've gone through, correct?
Correct.
Any surveillance video there at Truth 18 that identifies Davion Murphy?
No.
All right.
Now, you also have all the video that you're talking about at the Home 2 Suites, all right? And that's the best video you have, in your opinion, as a detective, is the one from the Tesla?
Correct.
All right. What about from the Home 2 Suites video?
We saw the video from the Homes to Suites.
And you can't identify positively Davion Murphy from the Home 2 Suites video, correct?
Just to be clear, all 3 shooters were wearing masks, and none of them can be positively identified from the footage.
Correct. That's
I'm
what
just
I'm asking.
testifying to the facts that I did obtain,
Okay.
you know, in our investigation. Nobody can be positively identified from the video. At this
And that specifically is my question,
Yeah.
is that
Yeah.
you cannot identify positively Davion Murphy in any of the videos or security videos. Is that correct?
Of the homicide scene, correct? Yes,
Correct,
of course.
okay. Now, let's go to the license plate readers, okay?
Sure.
Apparently, you were able to identify the license plate of the vehicle from Jacksonville to Tampa, correct? Through the LPRs, through the license plate readers, correct?
Correct.
Back, when was that? Was that June 21st?
Specifically to the Silver Cruise?
Yes.
So there were hits as early as June 21st, and but when they all came down together as a group was June 22nd.
June 22nd.
Correct.
Does that include the Black Impala?
Yes. So there are hits with the Silver Cruise and the Black Impala traveling in tandem southbound on the 22nd towards Tampa.
All right. Now, you also have available to you are the photographs of the license plate readers besides the plates themselves, the vehicle themselves, correct?
Correct.
You cannot identify in any of those license plates reader either, well, let's stick with the ones coming down from Jacksonville, identifying Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, correct?
In none of the license plate videos pictures can you see any occupants in the vehicle.
And any of them.
Correct.
And also in the LPRs leaving the Tampa area that go to Jacksonville, correct?
Correct.
Now, neither one of the vehicles involved, that is the Black Impala or the Silver Cruise, are in any way registered to Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, as I understand it, at some point in time when Rashad Murphy was apprehended, you were able to locate his girlfriend's phone in the vehicle, correct? Ms. Steger's phone, I believe it is?
More accurately, a phone they co-own and share. Yes.
All right. But it was in her name, correct?
It actually wasn't in her name. She claimed from her statement was it's our phone, my phone, his phone. We share it. It wasn't registered to either of them.
All right. But it was Ms. Steger's phone, correct?
She told us it was her phone. Yes.
All right. All right. And apparently, when you got a search warrant and checked that phone that was taken when Rashad Murphy was arrested, you found a photograph or a driver's license of Davion Murphy, correct?
Yeah, June 18th, so maybe 4 or 5 days before the murder, a photograph of Davion's.
All
Yes.
right. And what's the relevancy of that photograph to anything?
So again, it's a photograph of Defendant Davion Murphy's ID in Defendant Rashad Murphy's phone. This is just providing link, that they're linked together or that they know each other.
They're cousins, correct?
Well, yes, I learned that afterwards. At the time, I didn't know.
Right. First cousins, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I don't know the exact lineage, but I believe they're cousins.
And then obviously you've testified about the Airbnb and how that was rented, etc. None of that involved Davion Murphy, correct?
The rental process? No.
Correct.
Correct.
Did not.
Yeah.
In fact, the only thing connecting Davion is, I believe, one Ring camera photo of him, I believe, leaving.
So he first comes into the site leaving, and he didn't walk out the front door, which again is further evidence that a back door was in use, because the very first sight that we see of him is walking basically left to right across the camera in the parking lot. He didn't come out the front door. It appears within seconds he needed to go back inside, and then he comes back inside, and that's the best image that we have is when he's coming back inside.
And when was that, do you recall?
Approximately 3 p.m. on the 23rd.
23rd, okay. Now, and that's the only time we see Davion in the ring camera footage, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what vehicle he left in or was in at that time?
Again, through the investigation, we determined that he likely drove the Silver Cruise back to Jacksonville.
Well, in fact, the McDonald's video, security video, which was introduced into evidence, is still in the video of the Silver Cruise that you're identifying being driven by Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy. That was before the homicide, correct?
Correct. That was 1:40 a.m. on the 23rd.
So it was 3 hours or so thereabouts before the homicide.
Correct.
All right. And I know there's, I believe, some video footage of Rashad Murphy at Walmart, but none of Mr. Davion Murphy, correct? Nothing there at Walmart.
Nothing at Walmart with David.
All right. Now, what I need to clarify, which I'm not clear on, is that the state has introduced a lot of cell data information alleged to be Mr. Davion Murphy's phone.
Correct.
All right. Is there any cell tower information that places that phone at the scene of the homicide on June 23rd, 2024?
No.
Now, in fact, were you involved in the interview of Mr. Davion Murphy after this incident?
No, I was out of town at the time of his capture, so he was interviewed by Detective Drebeck and Detective Nieder.
So that we're clear, and my last question to you are, there's nothing at Teasers that shows them there. There's nothing at Truth 18 that shows them there. There's nothing at Home 2 Suites that shows them there positively that you can identify him. There's a photo of him at the Airbnb apparently leaving at the time after the incident, and nothing in the LP readers that you can identify the individual in the vehicles, correct?
Other than this, yeah, correct. No, nothing that could possibly identify an individual inside the car, correct.
Right. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
Any further questions at this time, Your Honor?
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, you may.
All right.
All right, so that was Detective Ramos. We have one more. We have Detective Drebeck, and he was part of the team with Detective Nieder.
He is sitting to my right at a table with his
He interviewed Davion after his arrest, and he went to school. He went to high school. I think he ended up going to high school with Davion. All right, so.
Okay, come on in.
So this is Detective Drebeck. Same day, 3 different detectives being given testimony.
I do. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name?
My name is Chris Drebeck, and that is spelled D-R-A-B-E-K.
Where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with JSO?
I've been with JSO since May of 2017.
What is your current assignment?
I'm a detective assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit.
And how long have you been in the Gang Investigations Unit?
Since May of 2024.
Without getting into too many specifics, have you investigated the 1200 ATK 6-block gang war that has been going on or ongoing in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Have you been involved in the criminal investigations between the two, or two gangs primarily, but the groups?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the members or associates of those rival gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of your job description, do you share intelligence that you obtain or learn in your role?
I do.
With just your agency or other agencies?
Other agencies, including mine as well, yeah.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to become involved in the homicide investigation conducted by Tampa Police Department with Charles Jones as the victim?
Yes.
What were some of your roles in that investigation?
On June 23rd of 2024, the day of the incident, I was the on-call gang detective. So my sergeant was notified by someone in Tampa Police Department, and then he reached out to me. And I began, at that point, communicating with detectives with the Tampa Police Department in reference to this investigation.
Are you familiar with the lead, Detective Juan Ramos?
Yes.
And did you work alongside Detective Ramos, and have you continued to work alongside him throughout the duration of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that the defendant or co-defendants in this case may have had connections to Jacksonville in this particular case, did you have to continue working in Jacksonville, working the case up as well?
Yes.
And did that continue to occur through the arrest of Davian Murphy?
It did.
Can you talk to me about whether you are aware of when an arrest warrant was issued for Davian Murphy in this particular case?
An arrest warrant was issued back on July 27th of 2024.
And do you know about when do you know when he was formally indicted?
He was formally indicted back on August 15th, 2024.
Were you assigned, or did you play any role in securing or arresting Davian Murphy after the arrest warrants had been issued?
Yes.
And what were some of the tasks that you engaged in to do that?
We were conducting surveillance and following up on addresses and known associates, looking for anywhere he could be.
Did that start from the date of the initial arrest warrant back in July?
Yes.
And was that ongoing? I mean, was that every day you were working on it? Explain to me what your process was.
I wouldn't suggest it was every day. There would be periods of time where we would be waiting for records to come back to provide us additional information. But ultimately, I would say it occupied a lot of our time for 7 months.
You say we and our. Were there other members of your unit also working to locate Davian Murphy?
Yes, along with the U.S. Marshals Task Force officers.
Were you ultimately made aware that he was arrested, Mr. Murphy was arrested?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on January 6th of this year.
Where did that arrest take place?
It occurred he was taken in custody at an apartment complex on the west side of Jacksonville.
But that was still in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity after his arrest to interview Mr. Murphy?
I did.
Did that interview occur on the same date?
It did, yes.
Do you see Davian Murphy here in the courtroom?
I do.
And can you point to him and identify an article of clothing, please?
He is sitting to my right at a table with his defense counsel, and he's wearing a red shirt with the white letters that say inmate.
Would the record reflect that the detective has identified Davian Murphy?
The record shall so reflect.
During the course of, is this the individual that you interviewed on January 6th?
It is.
And do you know about what time that interview took place?
It was in the evening.
Was the interview conducted at your office?
Yes.
And was it conducted in a formal interview room?
Yes, it was.
Are those interview rooms at your agency audio and video recorded?
Yes, they are.
And was your interview of Mr. Murphy audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Did you have another officer present with you during the interview itself?
Detective Nieder sat in the interview with me.
Did he ask any questions, or were you the primary?
I would identify myself as the primary person asking questions, but Detective Nieder did ask some questions.
But the conversations that you asked pertaining to the homicide relating to Charles Jones were asked in that room and captured on the video?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to subsequently review that video?
I have.
Specifically as it relates to ultimately arresting Mr. Murphy, how you looked from the date of his arrest warrant to the date of arrest?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
You searched for him the entire time the arrest warrant was active?
Yes.
Okay, you and your unit?
Correct.
Okay. Did you alert the detectives in Tampa once the defendant was in custody?
I did.
Before you began conducting the interview itself, was the room in which the interview took place recorded?
Yes.
And are you able to view that?
Yes.
Did you, before today's hearing, go through that video and review that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there any information or statements that were made by the defendant during that time before your questioning began
Yes.
that were relevant to his flight from prosecution?
Yes.
And what was that?
Mr. Murphy explains that he went to Atlanta and back, and then he says, I went to Atlanta and came back. He then says he got at least 6 Airbnbs, at least 7 hotels. He was bouncing around abandoned houses and different female houses. And at the end he says, I didn't need to go to Mexico because the best way to hide from a white man is in plain sight.
In the duration of your interview and throughout your investigation and searching for Mr. Murphy, what is the relevance of saying I didn't need to go to Mexico? Did that come up somehow?
There were a lot of references on social media from monitoring that people were suggesting he should leave the country and or the state of Florida and flee to Mexico.
During your investigation, did he indicate that he was monitoring the blogs or the news?
I did ask him that, and he did share with me that he was monitoring social media.
Did you ask him about whether he had seen the press conference which occurred in Tampa?
I asked him that, and he said he did watch it.
I'm sorry, you said what?
He said he did watch it.
Did he make any statements about actually having been captured on January 6th and remaining at that residence?
Ask that again, I'm sorry.
Did he make any statements about the date of his actual arrest? Did he make any statements about mistakes he made on that day?
Yes, he said he shouldn't have gone outside and he wished he'd left sooner.
Throughout the duration of your interview with the defendant, does he admit that he was evading law enforcement, meaning hoping not to be arrested, knew that he had an outstanding warrant?
He did acknowledge that he did have an outstanding warrant, and he did say he was going to make me do my job in reference to taking him into custody.
Were you asked by the lead detective in the Tampa Police Department case to ask specific questions about the death of Charles Jones?
Yes.
And the homicide, his homicide, which occurred in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview Davion Murphy about that?
I did.
And what specific information did he provide to you about a potential alibi, if any?
I began the interview with Davion in reference to this incident by showing him a video of a Ring doorbell that's captured from the Airbnb in Tampa. Davion looks at that video, he identifies himself, and then he shares with me that he traveled to Tampa from Orlando on the day of the homicide, which was a Sunday on June 23rd of 2024.
Does he give you a time frame in which he traveled to Tampa?
He estimates that he was in Orlando at around 11 a.m. on that day and traveled to Tampa and arrived to Tampa at approximately 12:30.
Does he give you any indication as to when he departs Tampa?
He estimates that he left around 2 or 2:30 p.m. that same day.
Did you inquire as to how he got to Tampa?
I did.
And what was that response?
He said that it was a vague response, but he did say he traveled from Orlando to Tampa with a person named Brandon that he knew in high school, and he drove a car.
Could he give you any specifics about Brandon, like a last name?
No, he said he would not share names.
Did you specifically ask about whether Mr. Murphy was in Tampa at the time of Charles Jones's murder?
I did, and his response was he was not.
That he was in Orlando?
Correct.
Now, does Davion Murphy have connections or linkage to Orlando?
He does.
Were you able ultimately to look into the statement about him coming to Tampa around 11 a.m. and returning to Orlando around 2 and 3:30?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you have information which helped you to contradict the alibi that was provided by the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
I had previously gone to Clay County Sheriff's Office and obtained a phone. And before I elaborate on that, Mr. Murphy said he was traveling from Orlando to Tampa to meet with a person he knew as Fizzle. And that person's real name is Darius Beals, who was murdered on June 28th, 5 days after this incident back in 2024.
The Beals homicide and Fizzle being a part of the alibi that was provided, was that consistent with this interview that was conducted of Rashad Murphy, the co-defendant in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so both provided that they were with Fizzle at the time of the homicide?
Yes.
But for different reasons?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to confirm Fizzle's location at the time of the murder?
I did.
How about the hours before the murder, the days before the murder, honestly, or the days or hours after the murder? Where was Fizzle and what was his location?
Darius's location was in Orange Park, which is located in Clay County, just outside of Jacksonville. The location data of his phone and the physical device associated with it all remains in Orange Park during this entire duration, to include the day of the murder. In fact, he goes to the mall and I believe goes and gets some food at the food court and comes back.
Were you able to inquire as to Mr. Murphy who he was meeting in Tampa? Was he saying he was meeting Fizzle in Tampa?
Yes.
Did you have any actual evidence that Fizzle ever traveled to Tampa?
No.
When you review the records related to Mr. Murphy's device, is there any evidence which tracks or puts Mr. Murphy's cell phone device traveling to Orlando at all the day before or the day after the Charles Jones homicide?
From what I recall relating to Mr. Murphy's device, it travels from Jacksonville to Tampa.
And from Tampa, where does it go?
I don't recall after that.
Okay. But do you have any information which leads you to believe that the device returned to Orlando?
No.
You indicated that the defendant has linkage to Orlando. What is that link? Do you recall?
He had a address listed on his driver's license in Orlando.
Did that prove relevant to the investigation at all? The address that was listed on his driver's license as it relates to messages that were introduced in the homicide investigation for Tampa?
Yes, there was a message, I believe maybe 2 messages, that were sent from Sean Gathrights' phone to a female that was further investigated, and she lived in Tampa. Those 2 messages, the context of them were, I'm coming home tonight, my thirst has been quenched, we're popping bottles of Don Julio. I'm not quoting it, but that's the context of the messages. Those messages were sent from Sean Gathrights' phone to a female that shared the same address as Davion Murphy in Orlando.
Were those text messages signed in any way?
At the end of both of those messages, it's a dash mark and then it says Murph, as if he's sending a message from someone else's phone.
When you interviewed Davion Murphy, did he admit to having knowledge of the identity of his co-defendants?
He knew Rashad Murphy, and that was it.
Did he advise whether Rashad Murphy was at the Airbnb in Tampa?
He said he did not see Rashad Murphy at the Airbnb.
When you originally interviewed Davion, were there inconsistencies in the statement that you did later confront him with?
Yes.
During the initial portion of the interview, did he admit to knowing Sean Gathright?
No.
After your review of the interview room video, is there reference to Sean Gathright in the video?
Davion inquires if Sean, he says, does Sean really try to escape the interview room? And I'm not quite sure how he would have known that. That may have been publicized. However, he addresses him as Sean.
And does that occur before your interview actually begins?
That he asked me that?
That he says that?
At some point, yes. I believe it may have been just prior to it.
During your formal interview of the defendant, does he deny knowing Sean Gathright?
He does.
Does he deny knowing Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
And does he deny knowing Isaiah Chance?
He denies all 3.
Does he ultimately identify all 3 as having been present at the Airbnb?
He does.
How does he do that?
He says when he arrives to the Airbnb in Tampa, he observes 3 people that he did not know. And my follow-up question to that statement was it the 3 people on the news release in reference to this incident? And he confirms that it was.
And at this point, you had not viewed the video from the interview room during which time Davion Murphy was talking to himself. You hadn't had a chance to review that yet?
At that point, no.
Did you have, during the course of your interview, an opportunity to ask about the history of the beef between 1200 and ATK and 6 Block?
I wouldn't suggest I specifically dove into it that way. However, it was alluded to, and Davion responds to that historical relationship and expresses that he is very upset that Foolio, Charles, is being painted as a victim in this case.
And did he go into why that is?
Yes, he elaborated on when he said that. He says he doesn't appreciate how Foolio's music was directed to a person named Gerard Adams, dissing Gerard Adams, dissing Corbin, and there was also another reference of someone urinating on his cousin's grave, and I believe he was referencing Gerard Adams in that statement as well.
And when you spoke to him about those instances, did he provide the names Gerard Adams and Corbin to you?
He says Gerard, and he does say Corbin.
Are you familiar with what he's referencing regarding someone urinating on his cousin's grave?
Yes.
From your time with the gang unit and your investigation of the beef?
Yes.
Was it a suspected 6 Block member that committed that act?
I believe so, yes.
Ultimately, do you interview Davion Murphy about the incident that happens, which leads up to Charles Jones's death, meaning the shooting itself? Do you ask him specifics about what happened in the parking lot of the hotel?
Did I ask him what happened in the moments of the...
Yes.
I did, but I believe his response said he wasn't there.
At some point, does your conversation with Davion Murphy or with Detective Nieder lead you to talking about the shooting, the shooters?
Yes.
And how did that conversation go?
We ultimately get to a point in the interview where I asked Davion if he had seen the videos captured from the Tesla vehicle exterior cameras, and his response to that question was yes, he had.
And do you know if that was from the press conference as well?
It was.
And when you spoke about that, at some point, did you have Davion stand up?
I did. I was attempting to point out that it's him in the video, in the Tesla videos, as the shooter.
What was the purpose of having him stand in the interview room?
Showing his physical appearance.
Where did you have him stand? Was it against a wall?
Next to me, against the wall.
And with that information, what was the conversation had between you, Mr. Murphy, and Detective Nieder?
We were pointing out the person's movements, how they were shooting, and what their objective was, being so far away from Rashad and Sean.
So to be specific, you had an idea about which person you believed was Davion Murphy in the videos?
Yes.
From the homicide scene?
Correct.
Did you speak specifically about that individual as they were depicted from the videos?
Yes, I did.
And what specific things did you say about the shooter?
I called him goofy, and he was running around as if he had not shot a gun before, and he was standing far away from the other 2 shooters, and that he was big.
Did you either say or insinuate that the other 2 shooters got closer to and did more damage, essentially, in this case?
I did say that, yes.
And that was towards the end of your interview?
Yes.
Were those comments directed at Davion Murphy or at Detective Nieder?
It was directed at Davion.
And was Davion responding at all?
No.
Did you then exit the interview room?
I did.
Were you able to observe the video that was linked to the room in live time, like in real time?
Yes.
And what, after you exited the interview room, did Davion do, if anything?
He does do something, and it may be more appropriate if I physically demonstrate it, if it's okay.
Okay.
He puts out his arms like this, and it appears that he's brandishing a rifle with one hand extended and one, what I would consider the trigger finger. He starts walking around the interview room after he gets out of his seat, and this is after Detective Nieder and I left, and he's holding it like this in front of him, and then he starts going, and then he walks around, and then he does it again. And he does it multiple times.
Were the comments that you were making about the shooter that you suspected in those videos as Davion Murphy intended to elicit some kind of response from Mr. Murphy?
No. I've never seen that before.
And that occurs when you exit the interview room. He doesn't say anything about the person in the video?
No. Yes, that happens when we exit the interview room.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross?
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
When did you first come in contact with Mr. Davion Murphy?
The very first time I ever make contact with Mr. Davion Murphy was on January 6th of this year.
All right. So that was your first contact, and was that at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
All right. And they apparently brought you in because you're a gang detective. Is that accurate?
I am assigned to the gang investigation unit, and I would suggest I became involved in this case because I was the on-call gang detective on June 23rd, back in 2024, and I've been attempting to assist Detective Ramos as much as I possibly can.
Prior to January 6th, 2025, had you had any prior contact with Davion Murphy?
No, sir. Nope.
Or how about investigative contact? Was he a suspect and any kind of investigative from your office or your gang-related activities?
I will speak for myself. I don't know what other investigations people have done in this unit, or excuse me, in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on behalf of Davion, but for me personally, no.
None. Okay. All right. Do you know, in fact, whether or not Davion Murphy was either an associate or a gang member?
I do know that he is a gang associate with 1200.
All right. How do you know that?
I was informed that he was.
Informed. Okay. Nothing that you did individually to determine that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, apparently he was taken into custody at an apartment, you said, in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Were you present there?
I made my way out there at some point, yes.
Was that before he was taken into custody or after he was taken into custody?
I don't know exactly when he was taken into custody in relation to when I arrived there, but I would assume it was close in proximity.
All right. Do you know whether or not there was any issue in taking him into custody?
From what I know, no.
No. He voluntarily gave himself up, I presume.
I know our SWAT team was assigned to take him into custody, and I do know they conducted a what's described as a breach on the door. So I don't know if he really had an opportunity to not come out, but he came out as soon as that door was breached.
Okay. All right. And then I'm assuming brought to your interview room at some point in time, correct?
He was transported to the interview room.
All right. And it was your assignment because you're the on-duty gang guy to interview him, correct?
I don't know if I was the on-duty gang detective on that day, January 6th. However, I was willing to assist.
You were helping. All right. And you knew, obviously, based on what was going on, that Mr. Davion Murphy was a suspect in a homicide in Tampa, Florida, correct? I
was made aware that he had an arrest warrant in reference to that case.
All right. And you've indicated that you or Detective, now, was it both you and Detective Nader? Is that how you pronounce it?
Detective Nader and myself interviewed Mr. Murphy, yes, sir.
All right. Did either you or Detective Nader advise Mr. Davion Murphy of his Miranda rights?
I did. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a constitutional rights form, which is written, so I went over Mr. Murphy's constitutional rights with him on that piece of paper.
All right. Is there something he has to initial or mark and sign?
I personally like to have it on two ways. I like for them to verbally express that they have no questions, they understand it, and he also signed it, which he did both.
He did both?
Yes, sir.
And that's on the video, or is that before the video was activated?
That was all in the recorded interview room.
All right. All right. Now, it's clear, is it not, that he denied being in Tampa at or near the time of the alleged offense involving Mr. Charles Jones, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what did you have in your possession at that time to question Mr. Davion Murphy concerning his whereabouts on June 22nd to June 24th? Did you have phone records? Did you have police reports? Did you have videos? You talked about a video, the video. Which video did you have?
The lead detective, Detective Ramos, shared a Ring doorbell video with me. This video was captured from an Airbnb in Tampa that the suspect stayed in prior to and after the murder incident of Charles Jones. In the video specifically that I showed Mr. Davion Murphy, it's just him. He's walking inside of the residence at this Airbnb. I showed Mr. Murphy the video. I asked him, do you recognize this person? And he identified himself by saying, yeah, that's me.
All right. And that's when he admitted he was in Tampa, correct?
Correct.
Right. At no time did Mr. Davion, you realize obviously there's a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy, correct?
Of course.
Yeah, I hate to keep repeating Davion Murphy, but I want to make sure that we're talking about the same Murphy.
Yes, sir.
At no point in time did Davion Murphy ever indicate to you any involvement in the shooting death of Charles Jones, correct?
He never provides any admission of that, no.
Right. Now, could you detect any odor of alcohol on Mr. Davion Murphy prior to your interview?
No.
Did he appear to be under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or medication?
That was my first time ever meeting Mr. Murphy, so it's hard to say what the standard Davion Murphy is. However, in my opinion, speaking with him for several hours in that room, he did not appear to be under the influence of anything at that point.
Now, you referenced a text message, I believe you were saying was that from the phone of Sean Gathright? Is that?
Detective Ramos did obtain a iCloud search warrant for Sean Gathright, and he provided some of the return of that to me. And in that digital return of the Apple iCloud of Sean Gathright, there were two messages in there, what I referenced earlier.
All right, from they were signed Murph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what leads you to believe that those were in fact messages from Davion Murphy as opposed to Rashad Murphy?
I'd never made a statement as to who I believe sent them. I was just suggesting
it was a Murphy.
It's signed Murph.
Okay.
It's sent from Sean's phone, and the person receiving those messages is a person that shared an address in Orlando with Davion Murphy. That's all I said.
Okay. So you're not identifying that message is specifically coming from Davion Murphy, correct?
I think the only way to be able to definitively do that is if I saw him send it.
Send it, and
Sure.
you didn't see that?
No,
correct?
sir.
All right. Now, did I understand you to say that you also saw the Tesla video that was at the shooting scene?
I have seen the videos that have been shared through the media, and those videos specifically were the ones from the Tesla, yes.
All right. And do you make any identification from the Tesla video to Davion Murphy?
I know from the arrest warrant that the lead detective Ramos obtained in reference to this investigation identifies Davion Murphy as that shooting suspect from that video.
Okay, but you could not, correct?
I would not, no. And the reason I say that is because I am not the lead detective in this case. I'm simply only assisting on the gang intelligence portion.
All right, all right. Well, my question is, did you view the Tesla video?
I have seen it.
All right. And can you make an identification of anyone from that Tesla video?
No, the person's wearing a mask.
Correct. So the answer is no, you could not, correct?
Based on the video alone, no.
Correct. All right. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused? Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, any additional witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, I do want to give the court a certified copy of his penitentiary act because one of the bases is that he is a prison release reoffender.
Okay.
And we did obtain a certified copy. I'll show defense counsel. It does show his date of release is January 12th of 2023, and it does also have his photo as well as fingerprints attached as well.
On what type of charges?
It's a felon in possession, Your Honor.
And how long did he do?
Judge,
What was the sentence?
Judge, I just gave the packet to
That's fine.
Looks like he served 4 years and 6 months on the felon in possession, Judge.
And what's his prior record? What besides the felon in possession, what are his prior convictions? I think Ms. Doherty, counsel's trying to hand something back to you.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. I'll give this to the court. Judge, if you would just give me 1 second, I have it done CIC.
Sure.
He also had a prior prison sentence for fleeing to loot. Also, it was in Duval County. I'll just double check to see if there's any. A misdemeanor struck with without violence.
Well, he had to be convicted of a felony previously in order to be a felon in possession of a firearm.
An aggravated assault, Judge.
When was that?
That was in 1997, Duval County. And the fleeing to loot predates the felon in possession.
Okay. Argument from the state.
Judge, there were 3 grounds that we sought to hold him at no bond under the pretrial detention statute. The first ground was subsection C5, and that is that he was charged with a dangerous crime. He is charged with actually 4 dangerous crimes: first-degree premeditated murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and then 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. And there are no conditions of bond reasonably sufficient to protect the community from risk of physical harm, and the facts of the case indicate a disregard for the safety of the community. This tracking of this victim occurred at 3 very public places that culminated in the actual shooting, which was in a public parking lot. There were vehicles that were struck, and there was actually 2 hotel rooms, one of which there were occupants, including a child, that those projectiles actually penetrated into that room. So obviously these facts, the way that this was conducted, 3 heavily armed men shot up that parking lot that was a fully occupied hotel at the time. So we believe that there are grounds under that subsection. The other subsection that we filed under the pretrial detention statute was under subsection 5D, and that is that if there's probable cause to believe he committed the offense, and based on his past and present patterns of behavior, and other relevant facts, including that to ensure the presence of the defendant at trial, or assure the integrity of the judicial process. Judge, obviously he is a flight risk. This is a defendant. This has been a highly publicized case, extensive media coverage, press conference back on June 27th of 2024 when these arrest warrants were first issued out of Tampa. Defendant even indicated in his interview with law enforcement he was well aware that he was being looked at, inmate state were looked for, and he has fled from law enforcement for months, and he has known that he is wanted, made statements that he purposely has been fleeing from law enforcement and evading the prosecution of this case. So based on that, he has no ties to our community. He is a flight risk. So we believe we have established grounds under that subsection as well as the final subsection of the pretrial detention statute 5C8, and that is that we have noticed him as a prison release reoffender, and we seek an enhanced sentence. We filed our notice of PRR on this case on January 10th of 2025, and he indeed qualifies as a prison release reoffender. So based on all 3 of those grounds, we believe the facts prove that he is the 3rd gunman. There's overwhelming circumstantial in this case that this was a planned, premeditated intent and conspiracy to commit murder against the victim in this case. He's a well-known prominent gang member and rapper, and there has been an ongoing gang war between his gang and the defendant's rival gangs. And so based on all of that and the circumstantial and the evidence, law enforcement has identified all of the participants in this case. 2 in the tracker vehicle, we absolutely know who they are, Alicia Andrews and Isaiah Chance, and all of the 3 suspects. There were 3 shooters in that Impala, and even though their faces are covered, based on the phone evidence and the tracking of the vehicles, it is clear that the 3 other individuals is Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davian Murphy. And there is ballistics that tie, again, all of these players to the homicide of Charles Jones, as well as the conspiracy ahead of time. The shell casings in our case of the only gun that we could get shell casings of, that 9mm, is tracked to a house of Sean Gathright in Jacksonville. So, Judge, based on all of that evidence, we had asked for you to hold him at no bond.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
Yes, very briefly, Judge, I think we went over it with some detail that there is that I'm aware of, any physical evidence that puts Mr. Davion Murphy at the crime scene at the time of the offense. The cell phone data does not put him there, puts him coming and going from Jacksonville. I submit to you that it's all circumstantial. He denies, obviously, being involved. He does admit to being in Tampa, which the cell phone data does obviously substantiate. We would submit that he would be entitled to a bond, and that there is not a substantial probability under the evidence the court has heard that he's committed the offense that he's charged in the indictment. We don't deny that these are dangerous crimes that he's charged with. Obviously, there is some evidence that he did avoid apprehension for some point in time, but based on the totality of the facts that's presented by the state, we submit that they have not met their burden, that there is a substantial probability that he committed these offenses.
Okay, well, based upon all of the facts that I've heard, I do find that there is a substantial probability that the defendant did commit the dangerous crimes he is charged with. I also find he is a danger to the community. He does pose a flight risk, and the state's carried its burden of proof in establishing that the defendant is a prison releasee reoffender. So I do find the state's carried its burden of proof, and I will grant their motion for pretrial detention pursuant to 907.041 subsection 4C5, as well as 907.041 subsection 5D, and 907.041 subsection 5C8. And the state's motion for pretrial detention is granted. Okay, so let's talk about future court dates. And has the state made a decision yet? The state is currently seeking the death penalty against 3 of the co-defendants and not against Miss Andrews.
That is correct, Judge, and this case has already been reviewed by the Homicide Committee, and we will be filing a notice in this case as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Sonardi, my question to you is, do you have an idea who you want to bring on as penalty phase counsel?
Well,
or do you need a suggestion?
Contemplated it beforehand because there are so many defendants and the state is asking for the death penalty. I do have a couple of people in mind that I will present to the court once I confirm with them. I did speak to Bjorn.
Mr. Brunvon?
Yes, but he has advised me he's no longer taking death penalty cases. So I have a couple other people in mind that I will contact once we get a death penalty notice, and then provide that to the court.
So the main thing, and I think I did make you aware of the trial date in this case, correct?
I believe they're in August of 26.
It's
correct?
April.
April of 26.
Let me just confirm, and that's the main thing. Whoever it is you reach out to, you got to make sure that they are available on the trial dates, because those dates are not getting moved.
The other issue is going to be a mitigation specialist with all these people, so.
Sure. And for some reason, it's not in JAWS. Madam Clerk, can you tell me? Hold on, we'll confirm those dates. Sure. So once you start to get things lined up as far as your team goes, I'll need you to submit the order appointing you, and then the order appointing the costs related to retaining the mitigation specialist or whatever those costs are going to be.
That would be the second phase council, Judge, that will have.
Okay, well, whatever it may be, whoever that is, so the main thing is that you got to make sure they're available. What are the trial dates?
April 13th through May 1st. I have on my calendar.
May 1st.
And now that there are 4 co-defendants where the state is seeking the death penalty, the trial dates probably just got extended out.
Yeah, Judge, actually, you have it for 6 through it's like 3 weeks, through May 1st.
I think that's correct. I thought we did 3 weeks.
Yeah.
That's the week of 13th.
That's what you heard, Judge.
Are you looking at the week of 6 for pretrial maybe?
Here, I'm going to grab my calendar where I wrote it down. And that way, hold on. I didn't bring my 2026 calendar. Give me just a moment.
I didn't change any of the dates. I thought it was 4/6. And then there's a status hearing on March 31st.
Of this year, right?
Yeah, 2025.
Jury selection will begin Wednesday, April 8th. The trial currently is scheduled to last through May 1st. That's 3.5 weeks. So those are the dates, Mr. Snarty. You got to make sure any penalty phase counsel is available.
Did you want to formally arraign? We do have the agreement already done.
Okay. So how did your client plead, Mr. Snarty?
Your Honor, we would tender a plea of not guilty, reserve the right to attack the sufficiency of the indictment and any other motions.
Okay, very good.
And I'm not in a position at this time to obviously waive speedy trial, but we can get that.
Sure. So I'll need to know, we are set, we've got a status set for March 31, but I don't want to wait that long to find out whether or not your client's going to waive speedy. So how much time do you need to speak with your client to figure that out?
Yeah, I'd say 2 weeks, and that give me time to get the second phase attorney on board, and we can get all that done at the same time.
Okay. So I'm going to reset Mr. Davion Murphy for a disposition date on March the, I'm going to say March the 6th, that Thursday. Are you all available?
That's fine, Judge. Is that 8:30 or 1:30?
No, I'll set it at 1:30.
Great.
Are you guys available, State?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And then you'll let me know one way or another whether or not you're waiving speedy.
You said this one, Judge?
March 6th at 1:30. And then just so you know, for record-keeping purposes, Mr. Sonardi, all of the defendants are set in front of me on March the 31st at 10 a.m. as well.
Is that it?
That's all the court dates we've got so far.
Is that 8:30 or 1:30?
10.
10?
10. Okay? Pardon me? Yeah, go ahead and put it off the book.
March 6th.
Okay, very good. We are concluded.
Court's adjourned.
All right. Well, as you heard some dates there. She talked about April 8th, starting jury selection, which they did. And they are currently in jury selection right now. because this is a DP case, first of all, they have to make sure people are qualified, if you will. So they basically ask you from a 0 to 10, how likely are you, or how comfortable are you in putting somebody, to execute, essentially. 0 being no, never, I'll never do it, up to 10 of like, if anybody who deletes somebody else, that's it, I'm for it. So that's currently what they're doing. And then they are, right now they're still on track to start Wednesday or Thursday of next week. They still have to obviously whittle down the pool and go through the pool. But right now they're still on track. So what we're going to be doing for the next couple days, Friday, Monday and Tuesday, even Wednesday if we need to, we still have like 20 hours of pretrial prep that we're going to show. So we're going to continue showing that. And if we need to, we'll show Alicia Andrews, her testimony. Now, we did do a Ego Takes the Stand of Alicia just on her own. So if you want to watch that on your own, that's cool. If you are really want to get into Alicia Andrews and that, we did a Ego Takes the Stand episode of her, and we did her testimony, opening statements, testimony, closings. And if you missed any of our other Who I Smoke deep dives with KTA, ATK, and Charles Jones by himself, I encourage you to go watch those too, so you get used to these names, you get used to the individuals, the players that are involved. But from here on out, we're just going to be doing hearings that have been going on all last year, and then into this year as well. So with that, we have a redirect set up for you. The NASA astronauts, the 4 that just came back from the Orion mission, Artemis 2, they gave a press conference. I think it started around 3, so about an hour or so ago. So we are going to shuttle you guys over. And for those that, all you have to do is just hang tight. We have a portal set up for you. But in the event that you want to go over instead, here is the link. Sorry, I got an itch. That is the link. If you want to wait for the portal, you can wait. It'll automatically send you over. If you are anxious and you don't think that the portal will work, you can click on that link, and we will see you guys over there. So we're starting in 1 minute, so I better shut up and get on over there. Thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us today. Join us tomorrow, 9 o'clock. We're going to start all over again with some more pretrial prep. We are going to get pruny in this. We're going to go swim deep with these guys and Julio Foolio, and we're going to know as much as we can possibly know going into trial. So with that, thank you to our mods, thank you to Aaron, and we will see you over for a NASA press conference, and if not, we'll see you tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Take care, guys. Bye.